You are listening to Berserker-born, written by Timothy J. R. Raines, narrated by Sarah Palmero.
Chapter 1. Offatfjord, Hålogaland, 400 AD. Hervor. The thralls have already sheared half the sheep in my grandfather's flock, and I'm supposed to be spinning the wool into yarn for my mother. I should be proud to come from such a wealthy family, with so much wool to spin. It's noble work, my mother says, the honor of women everywhere. Even the goddess Frigg spins yarn in Asgard. I hate spinning yarn. I can deal with a fleece or two, but my father said that last night the thralls dropped off 2 whole sacks. 2 whole sacks! I'll be spinning yarn for days. Loki. 1 hour of rolling wool onto a spindle, and I'm ready to throw myself into the fjord. Of course, my parents would just send my spinning tools along with me in the funeral boat, so I could keep spinning in Valhalla. Gods. I don't see why the thralls can't do it. They're used to endless, mind-numbing work. I'd rather pick rocks out of a field. I'd rather muck out the latrines. I'd rather slip head-first into the latrines than spin yarn. My mother comes in from outside. Her eyes harden into points of steel when she sees I'm still sitting on my fur-covered bunk across from the smoking fire pit. Hervor, what are you doing in here? I thought you started spinning over an hour ago. I'm still eating breakfast. She glares down into my half-eaten bowl of porridge. It looks to me like you're finished. It got cold. Well, you shouldn't have taken so long to eat it. Now, go get your spinning tools and get started on the wool. There's really a lot to do today. I can't find my spinning tools. Loki, Hervor. She stoops down at my feet and sweeps her hand under the narrow space beneath my bunk and pats the furs where I'm sitting. Then she searches the bunks where my brothers sleep. I can't resist a smirk as she whips back the furs on young Frodmar's bed and hisses an oath as she snatches up my spinning tools. Looks like young Frodmar would rather be spinning wool than framing the new barn with father, I say. She thrusts the spindle and distaff into my lap. Frigg and Freya, Hervor. You're the oldest child. Why must you always act like you're the youngest? That's enough fooling around for one day. Go down to the stream and get started on the wool. The stream? You mean the wool hasn't even been washed yet? Or combed? Of course it hasn't. Hell and Loki. Hervor, Frodmar's daughter, get going. Fine. Gods. When I arrive at the stream, my 9-year-old brother Heidrik is filling up 2 wooden buckets to water our horses. There's still patches of snow along the bank where it's shaded by the trees, and as Heidrik stumbles up from the water, I can hear the ice sloshing against the sides of the buckets. The last thing I want to do is get down on my knees on that muddy bank and dip my hands into that freezing stream. I don't see why those thralls couldn't have washed the wool. Lazy ingrates. Ugh. I'd rather die than spin this wool into yarn. I stretch my back and groan miserably as I watch my brother. Are you going up to the stable, Heidrik? Yes. I think I'll come with you. Can you carry a bucket? No. Please, Hervor. They're heavy. No. It's your job to water the horses. And how will you become a man if you can't even carry 2 buckets of water by yourself? Fine, he says. Then he looks back over his shoulder. But what about the wool? Don't you have to start spinning it into yarn? I glance at the 2 bulging sacks on the muddy bank and make up my mind. Hell can spin this wool into yarn. Heidrik gasps as I fling my spindle and distaff into the stream. Hervor, father's going to beat you. It's worth it not doing my chores. He shakes his head. He's worried. He's still afraid of father, and I know he hates when mother makes him stand outside with Rugga and young Frodmar to watch while father beats me. I try to show my brothers how to be strong by keeping a straight face and never crying out when father hits me. But sometimes, if he beats me bloody, I can hear Heidrek sobbing. That always feels worse than any beating father can dish out. I guess I can carry one of his buckets for him. I follow Heidrek up to the stable, and while he's feeding and watering all the other horses, I go into Trundi's stall and start brushing down his glossy coat. Trundi was a Yule gift from my grandfather for turning 16 years old. Everyone knows the best horses come from Borg, and grandfather says that as the Princess of Lofoten, it would be beneath me to ride a lesser breed. Of course, I've hardly ridden him at all yet, since it's only just begun to get light during the day again. It's not good for such a fine horse to stay penned up inside a stall. "What are you doing?" Heidrek asks as I throw the wool blanket over Trundi's back and start fitting him with the bridle. "Taking Trundi out for a ride. Tell Mother you haven't seen me." "What? I'm not going to lie to Mother." "You'd better." I lead Trundi from the stall and climb up on his back. "Hervor!" But before he can argue, I crack the reins. Trundi rears up with a wild whinny, and we thunder off from the stable. Spring has turned everything yellow and brown. The fields are soggy and full of mud, and the leaves haven't come out yet on the trees. The air is heavy and damp from the melting snow, and my lungs are burning as we gallop through the woods up to my grandfather's sheep pasture. The split-rail fence that goes around my grandfather's sheep pasture is the best place in Offitfjord for jumping. I'm not allowed to jump that fence. My father worries I'll knock down the rails and let the sheep out, and he says he doesn't want me causing trouble for the thralls. But I'm already in for a beating, so I might as well jump it. Some thralls are at work in the sheep pasture, shearing the other half of the flock, while others gather the wool and stuff it into huge brown sacks. It annoys me to see them doing this, because I know that tomorrow I'm going to find 2 of those sacks down by the stream with the others, waiting to be washed and combed and spun into yarn. I'm starting to dread going home to my father. He'll be pretty mad when he hears I threw my spinning tools in the stream. I can already see his face turning red, his beard bristling. That was a stupid thing to do. I'll be sore tomorrow, that's for sure. That's what I get for showing off in front of Heidrek. The water will be freezing, but maybe I can go back and find my spindle. Then I could say I did some spinning, even if I don't get through very much. There. I'll jump the fence a couple times, and go back and try to fish my spinning tools out of the stream. I could always say I dropped them in the water while I was washing the wool. I wish those thralls weren't there to watch me, though. I haven't done any jumping yet with Trundi. They'll be laughing if I mess it up. Filthy, ungrateful shepherds. My grandfather treats them far better than they deserve. I'll show them. I'll show them how to jump this fence. I crack the reins and Trundi lurches into motion. We're galloping hard toward the fence, churning up clods of mud as we thunder across the wet field. I lean in low to prepare for the jump as he speeds up for the approach. I breathe out as we vault the fence. My heart stops. We're airborne for a single exhilarating count. Then we land again in hammering cadence, easing off into a mild canter. "There's a good boy," I say, stroking his mane. But as we circle around for the second jump, I get a warning bark from the shepherd dog. Some of the sheep on the other side of the pasture are distressed by our commotion, and have scattered from the rest of the flock. The thralls are staring at me. Impudent shepherds. If they were my thralls, I'd scoop their eyes out for looking at me like that. As if I'm going to stop jumping the fence and go away on their account. Dirty ingrates. My grandfather shouldn't be soft on them. The pasture slopes gently down toward the woods where it's fenced off again at the tree line. It's not very steep, but as I set Trundi into a gallop, I forget to take into account that from this side, I'll be jumping the fence uphill. We fly toward the fence, but this time as we make the jump, I feel something jerk beneath me. I look back and see I've knocked the 2 top rails off the fence. One of the thralls is coming down, a wiry man with short-cropped hair and an iron collar around his neck. "Ho there, Hervor," he calls and waves me over. Here we go. I ride up to him and Trundi stamps and snorts as we circle around him like some captured runaway. What do you want, thrall? This thrall isn't afraid of Trundi like most thralls are, and he even has the nerve to take hold of the bridle to steady him. And then, as if that isn't brazen enough, he looks me right in the eye and points to the 2 rails lying in the muddy grass. These thralls, I tell you.
Hasn't your father told you not to jump the Jarl's fence?
He says. It's none of your business what my father says to me, and if you like having 2 hands, you better let go of my horse.
Pretty sure that's what he said,
he says, without unhanding Trundi's bridle.
But I tell you what, Hervor, if you put those rails back up on the fence and go away, I won't say a word about it. And if your father comes looking and asks if we've seen you, I'll even tell him you came by and helped us with the sheep for a bit, until you got bored and went elsewhere. How does that sound to you?
Unbelievable. The balls on this shepherd. I jumped down off Trundi's back, about ready to cave his head in for his insolence. It sounds to me like you can't tell the difference between the Jarl's granddaughter and some scabby thrall maiden. You think I'll allow myself to be coerced by some turd-mongering thrall into doing something other than what I feel like? Go lie in your bed of dirt. I spit in his face and kick down the remaining rails, knocking out a whole section of the fence. Now, the other thralls are coming down.
Folky, what's going on?
What do you think? Folky says, wiping the string of saliva out of his patchy beard and flicking it into the grass.
Same thing as always.
Then he glares at me like he's about to lose his temper. If this Folky fellow was a free man, I'd already be pounding his face in for looking at me that way. But there's a pretty steep fine for assaulting another man's thrall, and I've already let Hadric spend my allowance for this month, so I can't afford to hit him first. You better fix that fence and get back to those sheep, I tell him, or I'll let Asger know I saw you sitting down, and you'll all be whipped for slacking off. The thralls running over hesitate and look between themselves, but this thrall, Folky, keeps looking me in the eye.
And just what is it you're slacking off from, Hervor?
He says.
All the other girls your age are spinning yarn for their mothers at home. How come you have time to come out to the Jarl's pasture and play? I think it's you who needs a whipping.
You better be prepared to fight if you're going to speak to me that way. He snorts.
I'm not about to throw away my life.
Fine. Maybe I'll go right now and tell my grandfather you said I need a whipping, and demand he have you fed to the hounds.
At which point the Jarl will ask you what you were doing in his sheep pasture, instead of spinning yarn out of the wool he made us take down to your mother. Just let us be, Hervor. We're only trying to do our work, and no one wants to fight you.
This thrall is getting on my nerves, scolding me and looking me in the eye. He's a foot taller than I am, but I give him a hard shove. He says an oath behind his beard and staggers back, nearly losing his footing. If he shoves me back, I'll tear his head right off his shoulders. Gods in Asgard, I hope he shoves me back.
Just walk away, Folky,
cries one of the other shepherds as they come running over.
Don't let her get to you.
The way Folky is glaring at me, I know he's aching to break my nose. There's a twitch in his lip. He clenches and unclenches his fists. He's about to give in to his anger. I'm ready for it. I'll slip his punch and knock his teeth out. To my dismay, he starts heading back toward the sheep. Fifan, where do you think you're going? Get back here and fight, you knitting. Din jævla agasoper.
Hervor,
shouts one of the other thralls.
You know dueling words are forbidden.
Thrusting boy.
Hervor.
Fine. Go on then. Get back to your pig pen. Go suckle your fathers, you man-biting shepherds. Finally, Folky whirls around.
You spoiled brat. It's time you knew. Your real father was a slave like us. Your mother had you with a swineherd.
The other shepherds gape and turn white, but I'm seeing red. Fine or no fine, no thrall is going to get away with that. I head straight for him without a word and punch him in the mouth, so hard it knocks him off his feet. He glares up at me with a bloody lip, but before he can get up, I seize him by the hair. He snarls and grabs my wrist with both hands. I hit him again, and his nose cracks under my knuckles.
That's enough, Hervor. Let him be.
The other thralls snatch me from behind, and Folky yells as they pull me off him. I'm clutching a brown patch of hair between my fingers. How dare you? My father's only ever looked out for you. He treats you far better than you deserve. How dare you speak of him that way? Folky spits out a bloody tooth and winces as he sets his nose. But he's chuckling as he gets back on his feet.
That's just it, Hervor.
He laughs, blood trickling over his lips.
Frodmar's not your father. Don't, Folky.
One of the shepherds warns him. But Folky doesn't listen. He's already crossed the line, and now he's giving in wholeheartedly.
Frodmar's your stepfather,
he says, grinning with his bloody teeth.
When your mother was a little younger than you, she couldn't hold her mead. And once, when the Jarl threw a feast for some of his bravest men, she got very drunk and wandered off. She stumbled into a swineherd's hut while he was sleeping. Thor and Loki, shut your mouth! And what do you think they did in there?
Says Folky, savoring every word.
Did you hear me, girl? You thought you came from a great line of Huskarls and Jarl's daughters? The princess of Lofoten? What a joke! You're a swineherd's bastard girl. Gods in Asgard, Folky.
I'll kill you, I say, shivering. I swear on the jaws of Fenrir, you're a dead man. But Folky is still basking in his revenge.
Frodmar married your mother as a favor to the Jarl so no one would know where you came from. But we all know, Hervor. We all know. You're the only one who doesn't, because the Jarl forbids all Hålogaland from speaking of it. On pain of death,
says one of the others.
Which you seem to have forgotten, Folky. What do you think's going to happen to you now?
At last, Folky realizes what he's done, and he backs away, turning pale. He wrings his hands.
You're right,
he says with a cracking voice.
I really lost it there. Odin, help me. What am I going to do? Make a run for it,
the other shepherd says quietly.
At least then you'll have a chance to get away. If you stay here, you'll be without a head by sundown.
He nods and glances quickly around the pasture to make sure no one's watching. Then he sends me one last hateful look and darts off into the trees. My heart is racing as I watch him go. My fingers are tingling. It's true, isn't it? I'm unable to hide the panic in my voice as the two thralls release me and back away.
No, Hervor, of course not. Folky didn't know what he was saying.
Yes, he did. And so do you. Hot tears blur my eyes. Gods in Asgard. Oh, gods, I can't breathe. One of the thralls puts his hand on my shoulder.
Take a deep breath. Nice and easy.
No, get away. He backs off and holds up his hands.
Perhaps it's best if you speak to your mother.
Chapter 2. Hervor. I fly up the wooded path to the house. There's blue smoke coming from the chimney, and two of our thrall women are sitting out on the grass plucking chickens. I'm on them before they can get to their feet. Where is she? Where's my mother? They cringe away like I'm about to hit them, and I jump down from Trundy and thrust the reins into the hands of the nearest girl. Mother! My mother comes out of the house, wiping her hands on her apron. Loki's children. What are you... Is it true? Is what? That Frodmar is not my father, and that you got drunk and went into a swineherd's hut. Obviously it isn't true. Who told you that? One of grandfather's thralls. I was jumping the fence and knocked down some of the rails, and when he asked me to leave, I tried to fight him. But then he lost his temper and said a swineherd is my father, not Frodmar. And the other thralls were trying to stop him, saying that grandfather was going to put him to death because he had forbidden all Hålogaland from speaking about it. And then they were all afraid, and he ran for his life into the woods. I burst into tears and sobbed like some stupid little girl. I'm pathetic. All I want is for her to hug me close and tell me it's all a lie. That those thralls somehow knew I'd go up to the sheep pasture today and conspired together about what they would do and say, and that my grandfather will muster his huskarls and take me with him to hunt them down and get our vengeance. But my mother doesn't hug me. She stands there with her mouth open like she's about to speak, her blue eyes averted up and to the right. "Bola, Almveg," she says, addressing the two thrall women. "Go fetch more wood for the fire, and take your time." "Yes, my lady." She waits for them to leave, listening with her hands on her hips until she's sure they're gone. "You were never meant to know," she says quietly. "No, no, mother." I cover my ears. I don't want to hear it. My world is splitting apart. But my mother continues, her voice stern and calloused. "I was younger than you are, and stupider, and very fond of drinking mead. It's true. I got drunk and slept with a swineherd." I pull my hair, struggling for breath. I can't believe what she's saying. My own mother. "After it happened," she says, "and I knew I was with child, your grandfather did not want us to live in shame, so he forbid anyone to speak of it ever again. The swineherd disappeared, and Frodmar married me before you were born." "It isn't true! Tell me it isn't true!" "It is true." My mother folds her arms across her chest. "For 16 years I've kept this from you. I always thought it might feel good to speak of it together. It doesn't. But now you know." I sink to my knees, sobbing wretchedly. "I'm a bastard." "You're no such thing. The day you were born, Frodmar picked you up into his arms and carried you down to the fjord to sprinkle you with water. I claim this girl as my daughter. Her name will be Hervor. That's what he said in front of everyone, and he was smiling proudly." "So what if he adopted me? My blood is swineherd's blood." "Well, Hervor," she says, a bit more softly, "you can choose to see yourself as some swineherd's bastard daughter if you want, but no one else looks at you that way. And as for that thrall who said that, we can go up to the hall right now and tell your grandfather about it, and he'll make sure he's hunted down and brought to justice." She reaches out to stroke my hair, but all I can think of is her stumbling out of her dress in that stinking hovel and letting some gawking swineherd grope her with his filthy hands, the two of them sighing and moaning in the dark. That's how I was born. It's disgusting. I'm disgusting. I pull away from her. "Don't touch me." "Oh, don't be like that." "I don't know how Frodmar lives with you. He must think about it whenever you're together. You gasping underneath another man. A swineherd. A swineherd, Mother. How could you do this to me? Why couldn't you just leave me out in the woods to die?" Her eyes flash with emotion, and she draws back her hand like she's about to slap me. But she doesn't, and the pain in her face hardens into iron. "When you were born," she says, her voice as cold as the winter wind, "that's what everyone told me I should do. Sometimes, Hervor, the things that come out of your mouth, I wonder if I shouldn't have." For a moment, I stare at her in silence. Then I head inside and put my axe and knife into my belt and take down my bow and quiver of arrows down from where they're hung up on the wall over my bunk. "What are you doing?" I don't answer. "Come on, Hervor, where are you going with that?" "I'm going to live out in the woods where I belong, since I'm only a bastard and you never wanted me anyway." "I didn't say that." "You did." She shifts her blue eyes back and forth, then smiles thinly. "Well, are you sure? Lunch will be ready soon." "I'm not hungry." Sniffling, I head past her out the door and fasten my quiver to my hip. She stands in the door frame watching me. "Be home before dark," she says. "I'm not coming home." "Ever?" "No." She opens her mouth like she's about to argue, but she decides to let it go, and I trudge off into the woods. Chapter 3. Hervor. It's getting dark, and the forest is turning cold and blue. There's much more snow in the woods than out in the pasture. The sunlight made it damp and heavy, but now it's starting to crunch under my feet. My sweat's starting to freeze. I should have known it would get this cold. I breathe into my stinging hands and rub them together, wishing I had my mitts and fox fur hat. Pretty stupid just tramping off without them. Now I'm miles from home out in the middle of the woods with no food or water and no hat, mitts, or cloak. And the sun's going down and it's freezing cold. I'm stupid. I'm just a stupid bastard girl who doesn't know anything. I slump down into a snowbank and sob into my hands, wishing I had just gone down to the stream and washed and spun that wool this morning. Then the damp cold starts soaking through my dress. Sniffling, I jump up and brush myself off as best I can and wipe the tears from my cheeks. I might have a swineherd for a father, but that doesn't mean I'm going to freeze tonight. I take a deep breath. I need to pull it together. I feel a bit better after having a cry, and in the bluish light, I start gathering up wood for a fire. The trees are mostly birch that haven't got their leaves yet. Birch bark is good for starting a fire, even when it's wet. Birch bark and old man's beard. Then I find myself a fir tree and start hacking off the green boughs with my axe. Loki, my hands are cold. I pull the wool sleeves of my dress down over my fingers. These fir boughs are good if you need to make a shelter, but in my case, I'm going to spread them on the ground like a mat so I don't have to sit in the snow and get wet and cold. I start weaving them between a couple trees that are close together to make a wall, so when I get the fire going, it'll catch the heat and keep my back warm. Now for the fire. I sniff back my runny nose and snap up a bunch of the small twigs I've gathered into tinder and split some of the larger sticks into kindling. My teeth are chattering and pins are pricking my fingertips, but I rummage through my wood for the fattest branch and start scraping off the bark with the edge of the axe, working it down until I've got a nice flat surface. The cold blows into my dress as I unlace the front and pull out the leather cord with my aching fingers. I try tying the cord to both ends of a stick, but my hands are trembling so bad I can't tighten the knot. I hiss a curse and yank it with my teeth. Now it's like a tiny bow, and I wrap another stick up in the cord and place a green tuft of old man's beard underneath the stick on the flat part of the wood I've scraped down. Then I place the end of my belt between the top of the stick and the palm of my hand and push down nice and tight. Now when I draw the bow back and forth, it twists the stick into the wood and makes a noisy squeak. I do this for a while until it starts to smoke, then I take the stick off the old man's beard to see how it's coming. The wood underneath is all black, but there's no spark yet. I twist the stick with the bow for another minute and check again. It's smoking good now, and this time there's a bright spark in the old man's beard. I drop onto my stomach, tilting my head to the side, and breathe, slow and steady, into the spark until it crackles into a little orange flame. I add some birch bark to it and a bit of tinder, then I stick some kindling over it. It catches within seconds, and soon I've got a nice fire going. I stack up the rest of my wood and sit on the mat of fir boughs in front of the fire and hold my hands out over its toasty heat. I'm feeling pretty proud of myself, and I can't resist a grin. I've built a fire that way countless times, but I feel like I've accomplished something. I've got warmth and light. I could cook some game if I had any. Gods, I wish I had some game roasting on this fire. I think of the supper they're having at home without me. Warm bread, steaming fish fresh from the fjord, dried red dulse, boiled cabbage, and goat's milk and mead to drink. What I wouldn't give for a horn of mead right now. I scoop up a handful of snow and suck on it. It freezes my tongue and the insides of my cheeks until it melts in my mouth. It's a meager drink and only serves to quench my thirst a little. I wonder if they're missing me right now. Hadric will be worried, I know that for sure. but Rugga and young Frodmar could probably care less. Frodmar will glance across the table at my mother, the two of them sharing a secret grin, finally glad to have me gone. No more stupid bastard girl around to remind them of my mother's past. I bet they'll even sleep together to celebrate. They'll all be happier without me. Above the black treetops, the stars twinkle coldly, and blue flames shift and slither across the frigid sky. I lie on my back, like I have so many times, and watch the enchanting glimmer of the northern night. It's what gives this place its name, Hålogaland, land of the high fire. A howl echoes from the mountains. The wolves are out, still hungry from the long dark of winter. I'm not afraid of wolves. They won't come near me, not with the smell of smoke and my fire flickering beside me. I belong here now, out in the cold and lonely wild, with the wolves and the high fire. I'm no longer Hervor Frodmar's daughter. I never was. But I'm not a swineherd's girl either. No, I'm no one. Just Hervor. Hervor the wild girl who lives alone out in the woods. Chapter 4. Hervor. I wake up to cold drops splashing my face and hair. The trees are dripping, and I'm completely soaked. Shivering wet, I stir up the coals and add some wood to get my fire going again. It's still early in the morning, but it's warming up, and the snow's softening and turning slushy in places. Not much sun, though. It's pretty foggy, and as I look up through the bare trees, I can't tell where the mountains stop and the sky begins. I'm starving. My head is aching. My mouth stinks. And when I stand up, I feel faint and want to lie back down. I suck on some snow again. I need to find something to eat. A rabbit, maybe, or a grouse. Or perhaps I'll come across a stream where I can catch a fish or two. A fish would be nice roasting on this fire. Gods, I'm so hungry I could kill a man. I stamp out the fire, knock an arrow in my bow, and tramp through the misty trees. Soon I hear water trickling, but it's only a tiny brook. The water is rushing because of the snow melt, but it's too shallow and rocky, and I'm not catching any fish in there. However, if I follow it downstream, I soon come to a gushing stream that's maybe 50 feet from one bank to another. Pretty sure it's the Sørgstrøm. If that's the case, I've come farther than I thought. There was a troll named Svangur who once lived along the Sørgstrøm, a monster with an insatiable appetite for human flesh. On warm summer nights, he'd creep out of the forest down to the villages by the fjord and sneak around to houses, reaching into open windows and snatching children from their beds. Hunters venturing inland to find game wouldn't come home. He was hungriest in the winter, and when the spring came and the trade started up again along the coast, more than one crew looking to barter goods with the village folk moored their ship along the quay and found whole villages deserted. When my grandfather consulted the shamans, they urged him to make sacrifices to appease the troll, but he wouldn't listen. Instead, he mustered his warriors and led them into the forest to drive Svangur away. Asgur's told me stories about how he fought him and slashed his belly across the middle, but that his skin sealed up again before his eyes. He couldn't be killed with weapons of steel, so they set the woods on fire and sent him shrieking up into the mountains. But that was years before I was born. There's been no sight of him ever since. There's movement in the trees across the stream, and I drop low, my bow already drawn back to the corner of my mouth. Loki's children! It's a reindeer, a lone bull coming down to the stream to drink. I can't even believe my luck. It's warm enough. I'd have thought the herds would have migrated out of the forest into the wide-open grounds for calving season. I suppose it's still pretty early, though. He's an old bull. He's already shed his antlers. There's some scarring along his side, too, probably from competing for the females during the rut. I doubt he's got a mate by the looks of him. He's a straggler. The herd's probably moved on without him. He'll be better off keeping me warm and filling my stomach. I whisper a prayer of thanks to Skadi, the hunting goddess, and creep up for a better shot. Luckily, he's about 200 yards upwind, and he hasn't smelled me. The Surgstrom helps put off my scent, and the rushing current masks the sound of my movements. I wish I didn't have to shoot him across the water, though. That'll be a pain. It'll be at least waist high, if it isn't over my head, and freezing. I slip behind a pine tree. Hidden behind the green boughs, I've still got a clear line of sight, but I don't have a shot at his vitals. He's facing me straight on with his head down, drinking from the stream. An arrow to the head probably won't kill him clean. He'll dart off and I'll be tracking him down for days. I'll die of hunger before I find him. No. Once he's had his drink, he'll turn around as he trots away from the stream, and that's when I'll take him down. I draw my bow and steady it against a branch, breathing in short wisps as I wait for my prey to expose his heart. My bow has a 60-pound weight at a 26-inch draw, and I can hold that for about 4 minutes before I start to shake. My father Frodmar made me show him I could hold my bow drawn for that long before he'd take me hunting with him. He also made sure I could toss a sheep's bladder over my head, spin around, and put an arrow through it before it landed, in case a bear ever rushed me. I exhale slowly and think of one of those big reindeer flanks turning on a spit over the fire, the fat all popping and sizzling as it drips into the flame, charred black on the outside, but pink and oozing in the middle, the savory juices flooding my mouth as I tear the meat away from the steaming bone. Gods, I'm starving. I'm hungrier than Fenrir. I need to keep a cool head. I can't be too eager to make the shot, or I'll get excited and miss for sure. Just keep focused and wait for him to turn. His ears twitch and he looks up from the stream over his shoulder. He's heard something. I glance along the trees behind him. Probably just nothing. Bird or a squirrel, maybe. He looks ahead, straight at me, then lowers his head back down to drink. A twig snaps and he whips his head up. He's about to bolt. My heart is racing, but I keep my eye trained on where his vitals are about to be. Movement. Color. A yellow tunic. A man crouching behind a tree, knocking an arrow to his bow. Don't you dare. Don't you dare shoot my reindeer. He's mine. Thwack. My reindeer drops to his side, hooves flying up into the air as he rolls off the bank into the stream. He springs up, but splashes down again, kicks twice, thrashing in the water. Then he's stiff, and a red cloud seeps into the stream. There's a white feathered arrow in his heart. The feathers on my arrows are black. The man in the yellow tunic comes down to the stream and prods my reindeer with the butt of his bow. He grins, muttering to himself, and breathes a cloud of white as he climbs carefully down into the gushing current. He doesn't know I'm here. I'm still holding my bow in full draw. He takes my reindeer by the legs and starts dragging him out of the water, grunting and turning red in the face. That beast is probably twice his weight, but he manages to pull him up on the bank. Then out comes his knife. He's about to gut and skin my reindeer. My reindeer! Thwack! The man in the yellow tunic jerks upright, like someone's dumped cold water over his head, his hands flying up to clutch the black feathered shaft in his throat. It isn't real at first, and there's a moment where I feel nothing, like I've just shot a rabbit or a fox. Then the realization sets in. Black walls rise up out of the snow, trapping me inside the inescapable reality that I have just done a terrible, terrible thing. The bow slips from my shaking hands, and I claw my hair. I want to go back. I want to go back to the second before. The second right before I let my bowstring roll off my fingers. I could have called him out and asked him to share the reindeer with me. I could have challenged him to fight me for it. I could have even shot him in the arm or the leg. But the throat? I've killed him. Oh, gods. He's still standing, barely, hugging a tree to stay on his feet. He sees me now, too. He's staring at me from across the stream, his eyes full of fear and pain and anger. His wheezing breaths come out as long, sucking gasps and high-pitched whistles like a broken flute. His face is whiter than the snow. He makes a gurgling snort, and blood comes streaming out of his nose and gushes from his blue lips. How long can he live like that? My heart stops as he lets go of the tree and takes an unsteady step toward me. He stumbles, dropping to one knee, but he grips the arrow in his rattling hands. He's going to snap it off and pull it out. No, he can't do that. His hands flop to his sides. He doesn't have the nerve. Instead, he leans forward and sweeps out his arm and scoops his knife out of the snow. He wheezes harshly like he's trying to speak, gesturing for me to go over to him. He wants me to finish what I started. I shake my head and shrink further back into the shadows, but he keeps wheezing and waving me over, and I know I can't refuse. Terrified, I emerge from my hiding place and step down into the freezing stream. The current takes my breath away. I wade out into the middle, gasping from the cold. I lose my footing on the slippery stones and nearly roll my ankle. I throw out my arms to steady myself. His face flinches with contempt as he watches me cross the stream, judging me, disappointed in himself for being killed by a stupid bastard girl. My throat is dry as flour. I fumble for the axe in my belt, but I don't think I can do it, not like that. Very slowly, I reach down into the freezing water and pick up a rock in my trembling hand. Shivering, I crawl up onto the bank. I'm standing over him now, and he's staring up at me and wheezing through his throat. I raise my hand above my head. He lowers his eyes, and his lips start moving. He's preparing for the next world. Then his knife hand shoots from his side. I twist away, but he still gets me, and even with the adrenaline surging through my body, I feel the burning gash seeping through my dress above my hip. Hot rage floods my gut, like molten iron spilling into a blacksmith's mold. A wild shriek escapes my throat, and I fling down my arm with all my might. There's a dull crack, and he goes limp. But I go down with him, screaming my lungs out, my arm rising and falling, the forest spinning above and around me in a scarlet blur. I can't stop. Again I swing my club of riverstone. Again and again. Finally, the rock slips from my hand. I stagger back and sit down in the stream with a splash, staring as I reach a trembling hand up to my face and dab the warm, sticky globs sliding down my cheek. My stomach flips and I heave my guts, choking and gagging and spitting in the stream. I stand up from the cold water, weak and light-headed, wondering what I should do. He'll be missed, I'm certain of that. It's who'll be missing him that worries me. He'll be someone's son, brother, husband, someone's father. Oh, hell! I've killed someone's father. There will be children waiting for him to come back home, but he never will. Oh, gods! Well, at least he wasn't a swineherd, not with that yellow tunic. That wool's a good strong weave, and dyed yarn like that isn't cheap. That's a fine leather belt on him, too. Not that it does much to ease my regret, but I doubt his family will be left lacking. From the looks of him, he might even be one of Grandfather's sworn men. That would be bad. That would be very, very bad. His honor would need to be avenged. This is how feuds are started. I need to tell someone about this. I need to go back right now and tell my grandfather everything that happened, and how sorry I am. Cry in front of him, maybe. Definitely. There will be a great commotion, and the man's family will come down to Offafjord to demand retribution. My grandfather will either pay them off with a basket of silver, or the determined head of livestock, or, if they can't come to an agreement, he'll send Asgar out to face their champion where 3 roads meet, and everything will be just fine, because no one can beat Asgar Asmundson in combat. But it won't be fine. My grandfather is very fond of me. I know that. But if the man's family finds out he was murdered by a swineherd's bastard daughter, they'll be asking for my head. and no amount of treasure or livestock or duels will give them peace. No, no one can find out about this. No one can know that I'm the one who killed him. I sit down on the bank, rubbing my fingertips into my temples, and try to catch my breath. It'll be okay, I whisper. I can do this. I can figure this out. My stomach growls, reminding me I have another matter to attend to. I need to hurry up and gut that reindeer if I don't want his meat to spoil. I take a moment to breathe, then take out my sax knife. I sink the blade into his rump and start cutting around the anus. Then I slit him open at the pelvis and stand on his legs to prop them apart as I cut through the pelvic bone. I unseam his belly up to the gullet, peel apart the skin and fur to expose his innards, and, carefully checking with my fingers so I don't puncture his guts and bowels, cut through the layer of muscle, grunting as I work the blade through his ribs. Then I reach into his chest cavity to slice away the slimy tissue and free up his guts. Finally, I grasp his windpipe, sever it from his head with 3 forceful strokes, and tug it up from his carcass, dragging with it the gray balloon stomach and shiny green entrails. I dump the reindeer guts into the stream and stare into the flowing water. I still need to skin him and hang him up to drain out the blood, and let the meat dry and cool off. But there's no way I'm lifting him off the ground, and it's not as if I've got a rope with me to hoist him up either. He'll be lighter once I skin him, though. Maybe if I cut him in 2, I can hang him from a branch. Maybe not. Maybe I'll have to quarter him. And Loki. What am I going to do about the man? Then it comes to me, and my stomach sinks. I know what I have to do, but I don't like it. Not at all. I sniff, wiping my nose on my messy sleeve, and start getting him out of his clothes. I slash up his yellow tunic and dip it in the reindeer's blood, then toss it in the stream and watch the current take it. If I'm lucky, it'll make its way down to some village. Gods, I don't think I can do it. I turn away and start to sob. But I have to. I have to do it if I don't want anyone to know. I hold my breath. My heart is pounding. And just as with the reindeer, I kneel down and prop his legs apart.
Chapter 5 Offitfjord, Hålogaland. Jarl Bjarmar shifts his weight in the grand chair of the high table as the 2 feuding farmers depart from his hall, quarreling over a foot of land. The affair could have been resolved that very morning if one hadn't accused the other of moving the boundary stones. He would have welcomed the reprieve from hearing the preliminary pleas and riding out to the pasture and pacing out the field himself before a handful of witnesses. But now that honor had been offended, the 2 would duel in a Hjomgang in a month's time, when all the free men in Hålogaland would gather in Offitfjord for the yearly thing. At least they agreed the matter would be settled at first blood. Too many good men are killed senselessly in duels.
Angli Angelsson,
announces Asgar Asmundsson, as the next plaintiff rises from the waiting bench and approaches the high table.
Jarl Bjarmar,
says Angli.
May Odin the Wise guide your judgments.
Tell me of your matter.
It's my wife.
Frida? Is she all right?
She's fine, if it's her health you mean. I want to divorce her.
Divorce? You just married her. It hasn't even been 6 months. We're still drinking your wedding mead.
I know.
Bjarmar exhales very slowly. On what grounds do you want to divorce her?
I'm a fisherman,
says Angli.
I get up very early in the morning to sail out into the fjord to catch fish for the good people of this village. I'm hauling up bulging nets all day, rowing, weighing anchor, towing heavy lines, and by the time I come back home, I'm completely exhausted. I go to bed early to keep my body strong and fit for work. But Frida prefers to stay up late drinking mead and flirting with the young men.
She is here quite often. Nearly every night, wouldn't you say?
At least,
says Asgar, smirking.
I played a game of Sneffeltaffel with her not too long ago, but she was so drunk it wasn't fun to beat her.
That sounds like my wife to me.
Bjarmar smiles thinly as some of the other Huskarls chuckle.
Frida's always been a drunk and giddy girl. You knew that when you married her.
It's not that she's drunk and giddy,
Angli says.
It's that each night I go to bed alone to get my rest, only to have Frida come stumbling home at some unspeakable hour, giggling and bumping into things, swearing loudly, and disturbing me from my otherwise peaceful and much-needed sleep. And then, in the morning, when I get up quietly and slip out the door to begin my work, she'll curse and moan about how early I've woken her, and why couldn't I leave more quietly. That woman. At first I said nothing and put up with this irritating habit, but after a while I couldn't stand it and had a word with her. I asked her to be considerate of how hard and long I work, and to go to bed a little earlier.
He scowls, clenching his fists, his voice lowering in a snarl.
And do you know what she said to me? She called me a poor nursing infant, said my mother weaned me too early, and that I still need her milk to fall asleep. You know my mother's been dead for 7 years. And then, as if that isn't enough, she says if I knew anything about pleasing girls, I'd behave more like my brother Nori, and that he's better for a woman than I am.
All the smiles have faded, and Bjarmar tenses his shoulders.
This is serious,
he says.
But tell me, Angli, when Frida said this, did you strike her and restore your honor?
No. If I struck that woman, she'd be the one in here divorcing me. And I'd rather not be known to everyone as the kind of man who knocks his wife around.
Bjarmar tilts his head against the back of his chair. It would have been simpler if Angli had hit Frida, and she was the one before him now. It would have been better for Angli that way, too. There would be fair grounds for a divorce, and no penalty for him striking her because of what she'd said to him. He would have needed only to give his permission for them to separate, and Frida could have gathered her belongings and gone back to live with her parents. That would have been the end of the matter. However, a man sending his wife back to her father is a more complex affair.
You're sure you and Frida can't be reconciled?
Angli scoffs.
No, I won't live with a woman who speaks to me like that.
What was the bride price you paid her father?
12 ounces of silver.
And Frida's mourning gift?
1/3 of that.
Bjarmar holds his breath for a moment and anxiously taps his fingers on the arm of his chair.
Angli Angelsson, I permit you to divorce your wife. Frida will return to her father's house along with her dowry and all her belongings.
Angli sighs with relief.
And an additional 1 pound of silver, or the equivalent in livestock or resources.
What? Another pound of silver? But it took me 3 years to save up that amount. How is that a fair judgment?
Bjarmar leans forward in his chair, suddenly angry.
How do you think everyone will look at Frida when you send her back to her parents after only 5 months of marriage? She humiliated you in private, but you will be humiliating her publicly. Not only her, but her whole family, since by doing this, you are saying her mother and father raised her poorly, and did not teach her how to respect a man. That pound of silver is to restore their honor. Unless you'd rather take one of Frida's brothers to the Hjolm.
No, says Angli sadly.
But how am I to come up with such a sum?
Patience and hard work. If this is truly what you want, I'm sure you'll find a way.
Perhaps Chief Torvald,
suggests Asker.
Yes. The chieftain of Borg is planning a raiding voyage with some of the other chiefs of Lofoten. They'll be leaving in the next few weeks before the thing, but I'm sure you could join up with them, since you make your living on the sea. You'll be gone for months at the very least, but you'll come back a rich man. If you come back. And who knows? Some time apart from Frida may soften your heart.
Angli strokes his beard.
I've never gone on a raid before, but now that you suggest it, I think it could be good for both of us.
You have my blessing if you want to go. Come back rich, and boasting of your courageous deeds.
Thank you, Jarl Bjarmar.
As Angli Angelsson turns to leave, Svafa and Frodmar get up from the waiting bench and approach the high table. The sight of his daughter and her husband lightens his mood, and he relaxes a little bit. After them, there is only one more plaintive, a distraught young man fidgeting anxiously with a strip of yellow cloth. "May Odin the Wise guide your judgments," Svafa and Frodmar say together. Bjarmar sighs gladly.
"Good to see the two of you. Tell me, Frodmar, how's the barn coming? I haven't been up to see it yet, but I mean to when I'm not busy."
"It's going well. I've let the boys do most of it, right from the planning stage to laying out the foundation, measuring, cutting, directing the thralls. They make me proud."
"The gods have blessed you, Frodmar. And Svafa, what about the wool I sent you? Have you and Hervor started working it on the loom?" "No, too soon, I suppose. The way she spins yarn, you'll be lucky to dye it before the end of summer."
There's a twitch in Svafa's face, and she's about to speak, but her father cuts her off.
"Which reminds me,"
Bjarmar says.
"I've been meaning to speak to the two of you. Now, of course I'd ask Hervor how she feels about this, but I'd like to know what you think first. Mir Nagleson will soon be succeeding his father as the chief of Mellingsfjord. Mir isn't a warrior, but his father is held in high esteem, and in recent years has become quite wealthy through trade. I thought that since he'll be looking for a wife, and that, well, since Mellingsfjord isn't too far north of here—"
Svafa shifts uncomfortably as she and her husband exchange an awkward glance. "It's actually because of Hervor that we're here."
"Of course it is,"
Bjarmar grumbles as he slumps against the back of his chair, reconsidering whether Mir Nagleson would be a suitable match for his hot-headed granddaughter.
"She's been fighting again."
Despite his stern look of disapproval, a small smile forms on Asgar's lips that could almost be interpreted as a sense of pride in Hålogaland's princess. "No. Well, yes. But she's run off."
"Well,"
he chuckles,
"I can't have Asgard track her down every time she takes off into the woods. She'll come home again when she's ready. She always does."
"I know. But this time—" Frodmar interrupts her.
"She's been gone 5 days, Lord."
5?
Bjarmar bolts upright.
5 days? My granddaughter has been missing in the woods for 5 days, and you only think to tell me now?"
"We had a fight," says Svafa. "I said some things I shouldn't have. I thought it would be best to let her have some time to cool off and think." Frodmar shakes his head, his eyes filling.
"Some thrall told my little girl that her real father is a swineherd, that she's a bastard."
"That's an outrageous lie."
Asgar looks at the man next to him.
"That runaway thrall that you recaptured the other day."
The Huskarl nods.
Folki.
"It's worse than that," says Svafa as she wrings her hands. "She was convinced by what they said, and confronted me in a panic. I had no choice. I told her it was true." Bjarmar turns white.
"Gods in Asgard. No wonder."
He sits back down in disbelief.
5 days and nights she's been out there believing she's some thrall's bastard daughter. She must be beside herself with grief. Who knows what kind of things she's gotten into her head? Svafa, if she's hurt herself—"
Frodmar puts his arm around her as Svafa hangs her head miserably. "I didn't want to disobey you by telling her the real story," she says.
"Oh, to hell with all that. At this point, I'd rather that you told her. Loki, Svafa."
"Which way did she go?"
asks Asgar.
"I'll go after her right now."
"Northeast," she says, toward the valley. Asgar's face darkens with concern, and all eyes turn to the back of the hall as the young man stands up from the waiting bench.
"Forgive me," he says, "but I am from northeast of here. From Garvik."
"Your name?"
says Asgar.
"Bjarni Karlsson."
"Speak, Bjarni Karlsson."
4 days ago, my brother Gary went hunting. That night, when he didn't return, we all thought he'd spent the night in the forest. But in the morning, my wife found this washed up on the bank of the Sörgström."
The hall goes very quiet, and Bjarmar turns as pale as bone as Bjarni Karlsson holds up the shredded remains of a blood-stained yellow tunic.
At first we thought a bear got him, or wolves, but what sort of beast takes a man out of his clothes?
Says Frodmar. Svafa looks anxiously between her father and husband. You don't really think it could be? Asger takes the tunic from the young man, and an old hatred ignites in his eyes as he looks it over. Svanger, he snarls. Svafa covers her mouth. Bjarmar's hands tremble on the arms of his chair. Ready the horses. Fetch the hounds. Send word to the neighboring villages. I want every male between the age of 12 and 60 armed and dressed for battle. Frodmar, my mail and my helm. As the huskarls leap to action with grim urgency, Asgar Asmundson storms out of the hall onto the wooden steps overlooking the fjordside village, and lifting the ram's horn from where it slung across his chest, his cheeks swell with a deep, resounding blast. Chapter 6. Fog enshrouds the forest, thick with the smell of melting snow and the sound of dripping water. Everything is wet. Bjarmar pulls his gray fur cloak tighter around his shoulders and directs his mount around a low-hanging branch. On either side of him, a long line of men and hounds pick their way through the bare trees and glistening underbrush in scarlet torchlight. Occasionally, the men holler Hervor's name into the fog with raw voices and less enthusiasm than when they began the search 2 days ago. He never thought he'd be so sick of hearing her name. His own throat is so sore he can only speak in hoarse whispers. He takes a gulp of mead to soothe his gullet, knowing that the drink will dull his wits, but welcoming the brief reprieve from the constant worry festering in his guts. He's hardly slept since Svafa and Frodmar told him Hervor was missing, and barely eaten, though he's forced himself to stomach just enough to keep his strength so he can carry on the search. He tries not to think of how much ground there is to cover. It could take weeks to scour the entire valley, and who knows if there's even anything left to find.
Jarl Bjarmar!
He turns, but he can't see more than a few feet through the swirling mist, though he can hear someone crashing through the brush. They call out again.
Jarl Bjarmar! Over here!
Bellows the man nearest him. His red torch hisses as he waves it back and forth.
The Jarl is here!
A young man, a thrall, stumbles out of the fog and doubles over, gasping.
Jarl Bjarmar, they've... Catch your breath first,
says the man with the torch. Give him a drink of water, Bjarmar says quietly. To speak, it feels like he's swallowed sand. Reluctantly, the man unshoulders his goatskin canteen and offers a mouthful of water to the panting thrall.
Now speak,
he says.
They found,
he huffs,
a body.
His heart stops. But not, he adds, as though carefully instructed not to omit this second detail.
Hervor, Asgar said you'll want to see.
Bjarmar glances at the man with the torch, then back to the thrall, and clears his throat. Show me to him. Some miles away, near the bank of the Sørgstrom, a huskarl unclasps the leash from Folki's iron slave collar and shoves him to the ground. Folki stares up at him in fear, curling up defensively as the huskarl steps over him and stoops down to seize his tattered shirt. Dressed for war, the man is clad in chainmail from head to toe. Only his blue eyes are visible through the slit in his helm. His heart sinks as Frodmar appears behind him, also clad in mail, though no helm hides his dark hair and features. Frodmar is perhaps the last man Folki would like to see.
On your feet, slave!
Folki staggers to find his balance as the huskarl hauls him up off the damp earth. Frodmar is staring at him angrily, and he can see on his face he's getting angrier the more he looks. Go on, snarls the huskarl, giving him another shove. Confused, Folki glances between the two men and the other thralls and warriors of Ulfetfjord grouped around him. You are releasing me? The huskarl laughs cruelly. Yes, we're releasing you. Now run along, and if you see the troll, make sure you scream. Folky swallows nervously. He was very young, but he remembers when a more youthful Jarl Bjarmar drove Svangar from the forest. He remembers, too, the dazed, terror-stricken look of those who'd set eyes on him, and the wailing mothers, sisters, wives, as empty funeral boats were pushed out into the fjord and set ablaze with an arrow from Asgar's bow. Svangar ate his victims living, bones and all. He shrinks back in terror as Frodmar jabs his finger into his chest.
As much as I adore the thought of how you'd squeal as Svangar gorges on your body, if you find my daughter.
He pauses as though what he's about to say requires tremendous patience.
You'll not only have your life, but your freedom.
Folky's eyes go wide and new hope is kindled in his heart. Like every other thrall, he's spent his every spare moment carving trinkets from wood and bone to sell at the docks in hope that he can save enough flecks of silver to buy himself from the Jarl before he grows too old to be useful and is drowned by Asgar in the fjord. But now, he could be a free man this very day. The thought chases away any fear as he tears off into the trees and fog. Troll or not, he will find Hervor Frodmar's daughter, or by all the gods in Asgard, he will die trying. The thrall leads Bjarmar to where Asgar and his men are standing around a large tree on the bank of the river. They're uneasy, whispering among themselves and casting glances into the fog. The whining hounds are kept at a distance, and one of the less seasoned men steps away from the others and vomits into the brush.
"Make way,"
someone says.
"Make way for the Jarl."
The men step aside, and Bjarmar stares up at the headless body hanging by the ankles like a side of beef from a butcher's hook. It's a sight he's not seen since the days of Arngrim and his wicked sons. A man skinned and gutted like an animal. Asgar sends him a grim look.
Gary Carlson, we think.
"Not very easy to tell," says Bjarmar, resisting the panic coiling in his gut. "Take him down. I've seen enough." One of the men starts to climb the tree.
"I've sent someone to tell Bjarni Karlsson his brother has gone on into the next world,"
says Asgar. Then he adds in a low voice, leaning in toward him.
"What do you make of this? Svangar never cared for the taste of wool, but to skin a man and hang him up to age?"
Bjarmar shakes his head.
"No, Asgar. You and I both know this isn't Svangar's work."
"What then? Satyr magic? Berserker-gang? A man driven mad from the dark of winter?"
"I'm not sure,"
he says, stabbing his quivering hand on the hilt of his sword.
"I just know I will feel a lot better when we find my granddaughter again."
The man in the tree finally works Gary Carlson loose, and everyone takes a quick step back as the flayed cadaver smacks against the ground. Hervor's plan is working better than she could have hoped. Far better. The woods are alive with shouting men and braying hounds. Their bellowing voices echo all around her in the fog. She'd hoped her grandfather would send out a search party, but she hadn't realized what lengths he'd go to find her. It's too much. She thought she could just come out from hiding and say the troll got her, but that she escaped from his lair. She didn't know this is what she'd be setting in motion. There must be thousands of men combing the forest, all of them armed to the teeth. Her grandfather must have summoned every man from Fagar to Mallingsfjord. She's heard the stories. She should have known how serious Svangar's return would be. Stupid. She's so stupid. What's going to happen when they don't find any sign of him? Some of those men will be expert hunters and trackers. How long before they're able to read the signs of the forest to find out what really happened? And the hounds. She's been careful to bathe herself in the river more than once, but what if they can still smell the blood on her hands? What if she has a guilty scent? It's those thoughts that have kept her running from her grandfather and his men like a hunted fugitive. But she can't keep avoiding them. She's caught between two groups closing in along the bank of the river. She's got no choice but to come out of hiding.
"Hervor!"
hollers a familiar voice.
"Hervor!"
She takes out her knife and slashes up her dress, making sure to catch her skin and draw some blood. Then she rubs leaves and dirt into her hair to make it look like she's escaped. She has no idea what she's going to say. Her heart is pounding like Sleipnir's 8 galloping hooves. She ducks out from behind the tree and runs toward the sound of his voice. "Here!" she cries into the fog. "I'm here!"
Hervor? Hervor! Oh, thank the gods! Don't stop calling! I'll find you, Hervor! You're safe now!
"Over here!" she cries again. She can see him now, a shadow stumbling through the swirling mist. He sees her, too, and scrambles toward her. Must be some thrall that's found her, the way he's moving. She soon can make out the shape of his head and sees his hair is short. Lucky thrall. He'll be made into a hero. He might even get his freedom.
Frodmar! Frodmar, she's here! I've found her! I've found the princess! We're coming,
calls Frodmar from farther off.
We'll be right there. Hervor, it's me. It's father.
The desperation in his voice breaks her heart. He's been worrying about her. He's been missing her this whole time. He and her grandfather have been searching for her without rest. She's been so stupid. Frodmar loves her. He always has. Even if she was gotten by a swineherd seed, it's Frodmar who's been her father. She sees now what her mother meant. "Father!" Then she's struck by lightning. That thrall, Folki, runs up to her out of the fog, his mouth working frantically. But she can't hear him through the buzzing in her ears. He throws himself at her feet, laughing with joy as though he, of all those searching for her, was the most eager to see her safe. She freezes at the sight of him, turns to ice with a startled look of horror on her face. Then she's doused in boiling water. Bjarmar looks down at the pale faces of his men as a hair-raising shriek rips through the misty trees. "What was that?" he asks, tugging on the reins as his horse whimpers and stamps in a nervous circle.
"Sounded almost like a woman,"
says Asger, tilting up his ear. One of the men shakes his head. "No woman on earth could make such an evil sound." Asger smirks.
"You've had a quiet life if you think that."
Some of the others chuckle, but it's clear they're trying to mask their fear. Then a tortured squeal, followed by shouts of terror, causes them to whisper prayers and curses as they pull their weapons from their belts. Bjarmar reaches for his own blade, holding back tears of rage as he imagines his granddaughter in the clutches of whatever thing is out there, shrieking in the fog. Another scream rings through the forest, this time accompanied by a shrill horn blast. Asger sounds his horn in return, and Bjarmar and his men move out. His heart is fluttering with the familiar thrill and terror of battle. Asger and the other huskarls are huffing and jingling as they run on foot alongside his galloping horse, dressed head to toe in heavy mail. Behind them, archers knock arrows to their bowstrings in mid-stride. Thralls with spears and shields hurry along with braying hounds on leashes, others with nets, and some carrying jars of pitch and oil. At last, Bjarmar glimpses the scarlet glow of torches through the shroud of grey. An unearthly wail sends a chill up his spine. Then comes another drawn-out scream. Through the thick swirls of mist, he makes out the shadow of a man sitting down away from the struggle. As he comes nearer, he sees it's Frodmar. His helm and shield are lying on the ground beside him, his sword still in his belt. He's staring at nothing, stuck in a shattered daze like a broken man. Bjarmar calls out his name, but he only stares and shakes his head. Bjarmar swallows dryly, and focuses attention on the skirmish ahead. He hears that wild shriek again, and from so close the sound of it grips him with fear. He exchanges a suspicious glance with Asger, and directs his trotting mount closer to the fray, where his men are all grouped together in a shield wall. He can't see past them, but over their heads his eye catches the white flash of steel. A huskarl from Frodmar's group is fighting with a woman. The others have formed a ring around them. The woman is splashed with so much blood she's unrecognizable, drenched in red from head to toe, like the idols of the temple gods at the Yule sacrifice. Her blue eyes are glossed with frenzy. Her clothes are torn. Her hair is full of twigs and leaves, tangled and clotted with mud. A string of drool dangles from her mouth. She's snarling like a sick wolf, exiled from the pack to hunt alone. Wielding an axe in one hand and a sax knife in the other, she pelts the man's shield with stiff blows. He's unable to get around his own guard to swing at her with his axe, and keeps taking steps back. Bjarmar sees what he means to do. This huskarl in his heavy armor means to tire her out until all her energy is spent battering his shield. But it's as if each time her weapon bites into his shield, she's driven into a greater fury, and she keeps up her vicious onslaught, yelping and snarling and pushing him back. Bjarmar can sense by his movements the huskarl is getting frustrated. He's impatient to make his counterattack. The woman strikes horizontally with a powerful swing. The man ducks low, and her axe sweeps over his head. He makes his move, swinging his shield aside to lash out with an upward thrust. But the woman's anticipated this. She's already stepped inside his attack. The knife flashes in her hand, and she sticks the blade into his eyeball. Howling terribly, the man drops to his knees, but his screams cut short as she brings down her axe and splits his helm. She keeps hacking him apart even as he falls, roaring like an angry she-bear, splattering men's shields with globs of gore and flying bits of mail. Then, as she moves her mad blue eyes over the surrounding men, searching out her next victim, he meets her gaze. She stares at him like some starving beast, her eyes full of primitive lust. She doesn't know who he is. She's blood-drunk and out of her mind. But he recognizes her, and it's all he can do not to swoon off his horse. Asger's made the connection too, and as another man steps forward, he claps his hand on his shoulder and squeezes past him into the ring.
"Hervor," he says, "you better settle down, or I'll give you the thrashing of your life."
Someone chuckles.
But Asger doesn't dare look away from her wild gaze. The woman before him now is not Jarl Bjarmar's wayward granddaughter. A dark power seized her. Berserker-gang. He's seen this unsettling sickness take men before, and he's not surprised it's taken Hervor, considering the girl's father. He circles around her cautiously, steadying her form. Even in her mindless state, Hervor's stance and footwork are flawless, and it isn't any wonder that she's already slain a few. This irritable, headstrong girl, with too much energy, constantly picking fights and pestering him to spar with her and train her on every type of weapon. From an early age, he's watched her practice with obsessive dedication, always shrugging off her chores to be out in some field swinging her axe, or punching the teeth out of some poor lad for simply being twice her size. On a normal day, Hervor would be a match for all but the best warriors in Hålogaland. Gone berserk? She'll be truly dangerous. He'll have to watch his step, or he'll be drinking mead in Odin's hall. She strikes. Narrowly, he slips aside and her knife hisses by his ear. He circles around her, quickly, but not in any panic, keeping all his weight on his front foot. He holds his shield out at full arm's length, turning it lightly from side to side to mesmerize her with the painted swirls. She strikes again. He pivots and pulls his shield back, causing her to miss completely. She's shivering, chattering her teeth, hissing like a steaming kettle. If he can keep this up, her frenzy will soon wear off, and she'll be in a weakened state. Asger lures her on with his shield, keeping close enough to make it seem like he is in range of her whirring blades. But each time she comes at him, her weapons swipe the air, stoking her into an even hotter rage. His heart is pulsing quickly, and sweat trickles down his nose. His plan is working. Hervor's getting reckless, swinging wildly and missing by even greater distances. He's seeing more openings in her guard, but he still doesn't strike. Not yet. He keeps watching her mad glare, hissing short breaths as he ducks and darts around her. At last, her movements start to slow, and her arms fall to her sides. Her weapons slip to the ground. There's a transformation in her eyes. Where in her place was something wild and evil, she is once again a confused and frightened girl. "Hervor?"
he asks cautiously. "Asger?" She huffs. She looks around in bewilderment at the blood-splattered shields of the men surrounding her. She stares down at her crimson hands. Oh no. She starts to panic. I'm sorry, grandfather!" But the Jarl shakes his head.
"Asger."
Hervor backs away as he steps toward her.
Wait!
His hand moves in a blur, and there's a burst of light as she plunges into the freezing fjord. Chapter 7. Hervor. When I open my eyes again, the forest is moving above me through the fog. My arms are stretched over my head, and my wrists and ankles are lashed to a wooden frame. Some horse is pulling me along. I don't know why they're dragging me like this through the forest. It must be to punish me. It's working. I'm so weak and tired, I feel like every bump and knock is going to crack my bones. Behind me, my grandfather's huskarls are walking 2 by 2, only their eyes visible behind their helms and veils of chain. Asger's trudging along at my side, his shoulders slouching under the weight of his heavy mail coat, and the shield slung across his back. I've never seen Asger weary in my life. I never thought it was possible. He looks spent, like he's been through an ordeal. I want to ask him about what happened, but he doesn't look like he's in the mood for talking, and when I try to speak, my lips are too exhausted to make the words. There's a lot I can't remember, but I know I've killed my grandfather's men. By now, they've figured out what happened to the man in the yellow tunic. It isn't looking good for me. I'll be executed for sure. My grandfather doesn't have any choice after what I've done. It would be unfair of him to let me live. If he did, it would show everyone in Hålogaland that he's too old and soft-hearted to uphold the laws of our people. He wouldn't stay Jarl for very long. No, all that's left for me is to show Odin my courage and die fearlessly. I wonder how they'll do it. Beheading wouldn't be so bad. It's usually thralls who get their heads chopped off for disobeying their masters, but it looks quick and mostly painless. Or drowning. But only thralls who have gotten too old to be useful are drowned. Thieves are hung from a tree and left dangling by the neck until they rot and their limbs fall off their bodies. It's a shameful thing, and I've only seen it happen once, but I always thought it would be an all-right way to go, if I had to choose. The more I think about it, though, I'm realizing I won't be getting off so easy. I'll be charged with nid, a term used by my people for any sort of crime that harms society. Lying, stealing, running from duels or battle, killing in secret, defiling graves and bodies, betraying your king, your jarl, or your chieftain, raping women or children, practicing homosexuality or sorcery. Some of these crimes are considered so foul and perverse that my people believe no one would do such things unless influenced by evil spirits. If they execute me as a knitting, then it won't be quick at all. There's a good chance I will be impaled and burned alive, with dry wood to keep the smoke from dulling my wits and suffocating me too early. They'll make good and sure that I die screaming, that they'll know the dark forces have been expelled. Afterward, they'll break up my charred remains and sprinkle the black flakes in the fjord, to be sure that there's nothing left of me that my spirit could come back to repossess. There's a story about a goddess, Gullveig, whose gold lust drove her to commit many evil deeds, and whom the other gods skewered on a spear and burned to death 3 times in Odin's hall. Her magic was so strong that each time she died, she was reborn as an infant. But after the 3rd time they killed her in the fire, her wickedness left her, and she became wise and good, and changed her name to Heidi, though Volva witches and those who practice satyr magic still worship her as Gullveig. For me, the only second rising will be waking up in Niflheim, the coldest, darkest place in the underworld where all knittings are sent. I hope they don't burn me. Someone at the head of the line blows a horn to let the people of Offitfjord know that my grandfather's returning with the hunting party. There's a second horn blast from farther off. We come out of the trees, and after a while we're passing through the gate. In the mist above, I can see the shadows of the cloaked guards peering down at me over the wall. Everyone's gathering to watch the procession. Men still armed to fight the troll come jogging up from the wharf and hurrying out of glowing forges, as women creep hesitantly out of log houses with their children. They're whispering, staring at me in astonishment as I'm paraded past them through the mud. These people have known me my entire life. I'm their princess. They don't know what to think. They're wondering how it is my grandfather rode off into the woods with all these men and boys to save me from the troll, only to drag me home behind a horse like some captured criminal. A wave of silence falls over them the way a river drains before a tidal surge, and for a brief moment, it's like the gods have struck me deaf. Haedric is standing among the crowd, with Ruga and some of their friends. The look he gives me. He spears me through the heart. He shakes his head, his face scrunching into a sob. He disappears in a flash of red as a rock skips off my lip. The taste of blood floods my mouth, and I writhe in my bonds. "Who threw that? I'll kill you! Throwing rocks? Ah! Loki!" Another rock clips me on the ear, and Asker pulls on his helm and swings his shield down from his shoulder as the people start pelting me with rocks and sticks and clods of mud. "Shame on you! Shame!"
Hell can have you, Hervor.
"Murderer!"
Witch.
"Pervert!" One woman pushes ahead out of the crowd and comes right alongside me. "You wretched girl!" she screams, her face twisted with grief and hate. "Your mother was a fool to bring you into this world. You're worse than your father ever was." Asker snatches her by the arm, and she spits in my eye as he shoves her back into the shouting mob. It's startling how much they hate me all of a sudden. Asker and the Huskarls have had to make a shield wall around me just to keep them from tearing me to pieces. Then their angry voices converge into one, and I can't keep from sobbing as the whole village chants together, "Nid, Nid, Nid." We're going up now to the hall, and the Huskarls form a line to keep the crowd at bay. People are still shouting and shaking fists as someone starts loosening my bonds. He tells me to get up, and I try to stand, but I've been lashed to the wooden frame for so long that I collapse right in front of him, and he has to haul me up by the arm. At first, I think he's bringing me up into the hall, but he jerks me over toward the stable, where my grandfather's horses all are kept. The men from the procession are starting to disperse. Some of them are going up in the hall, others are going down to their wives and friends in the crowd. A few are still standing around outside at the bottom of the steps, as if they don't know what to do with themselves. I look for Frodmar and my grandfather among them, but I don't see them. My guard brings me into the stable. My mother's waiting for me there, with Bolla and Almveg. Her eyes are pink and puffy. She's been crying. But when I come in, her face is iron. "Mother," I croak.
"Strip off her clothes,"
she says. The guard turns to leave, but Mother glares at him, as though she expects him to stay. Bolla and Almveg start tearing my dress, ripping it in two right down to my knees. I step out of it, shivering in the drafty air. Almveg gathers up the bloody tatters and discards them. Bolla dips a bucket into the icy trough from where the horses drink. I take a step back. "Bolla!" My heart stops as she dumps the freezing water over my head. "Ah! Hell! Loki!" As Bolla dabs me with a towel and scrubs the crusted blood from around my face and neck, my mother steps in close, an inch away from my nose. There's ice in her eyes. Normally I'd meet her gaze with fire, but this time she wins, and I back down.
"You were given everything from the day you were born," she says. "You could have married anyone you wanted. Not even I had that. And look at how you've squandered it."
"Mother..."
"Don't call me that. I'm not your mother. Not anymore."
She snatches the leather band off my head and marches quickly out of the stable, and I'm left standing there naked with chattering teeth until Almveg comes back with a new dress for me to wear. It's a worn old thing made of coarse, undyed yarn, and I'm ashamed to put it on. Even the two thrall women are dressed more finely. At once, the guard snatches my arm and drags me out of the stable. He hurries me toward the hall, but instead of taking me up the steps, he brings me around back and takes me down into the stone cellar where all the stores are kept. It's a dark place, the cellar under the hall. Asger and another man are holding up torches while some thralls move sacks and big clay jars out of one of the back rooms. I used to play down here, so I know what's in that room, and what it's used for. Asker, where's my grandfather? But Asker only snorts and shakes his head.
Bring her in.
No, I want to talk to my grandfather. Asker! I brace myself against the floor and reach out for the door frame as the men drag me into the cell. But they overpower me, and a chill shoots up my spine as my fingernails rake the rough wood. In the red light, I see an old bench next to a filthy pot in the corner and an iron shackle chained to the wall. One of the thralls stoops down to clap the iron cuff around my ankle. I hiss and kick him in the face. Then Asger gives me a harsh look and drops down to do it himself. There's something final about the lock clicking on the shackle. I start to sob as he gets up to leave, taking the light with him. Asger, wait, please! Asger! Asger! The door slams shut, and a heavy bolt slides into place. I'm engulfed in utter black. Chapter 8. Hervor. It's impossible to say for sure how much time has passed since I've been down here. I'm immersed in total darkness. I don't know if it's day or night. It's throwing off my sleep. I can't tell if my eyes are closed or open. Sometimes I forget if I'm standing up against the wall or lying on the floor. Occasionally, I hear thralls and shuffling on the other side of the door. Probably the thralls fetching some stores up to the hall. It makes me hope that someone might open the door. Sometimes I call out to them. They never answer, not even to tell me to shut my mouth. I think they're feeding me twice a day. That's the only thing I have to look forward to. Those fleeting seconds where someone opens the door and floods my cell with flickering light, and I get a brief glimpse at another living human, and can finally see my own hands in front of my face. But then it's over. They abandon me again, and I'm left to fill my belly with cold porridge in the lonely dark. Loki. It's enough to drive a person crazy. Locking them up down here? Nothing to look at but the color black. Nothing to smell but my own shit and piss and the musty cellar. Nothing to think about but how they're going to kill me when they finally get around to it. I wish they'd do it already. It'd be worth it just to see the sun again, and grass, and the sea. Gods, let me out of here. The exact dimensions of this cell are 14 paces by 18 paces, heel to toe. 17 paces by 21 if I pace it out with my hands. There are 267 stones in the wall and on the floor. I've counted them 482 times. There are 24 links in the chain on my ankle, and I can't quite reach the door. I get up on the bench, and standing on my tiptoes, I reach up to the ceiling. To my excitement, I realize I haven't counted the joists yet. I'm moving sideways to the left along the bench, with my arms above my head, reaching from one joist to the next. Suddenly, I lose my footing, and I throw out my hands to grab onto the beam at the top of the wall. I yelp as I catch my fingernail on something sharp. I suck on my finger and feel for whatever it is to make sure I don't make the same mistake again. It's a nail sticking out about half an inch from where the joist is fastened across the top of the beam. I twist my thumb and forefinger around the head, thinking that I ought to count the nails once I'm done with the joists. My wits are dulled from sitting around for so long in the dark, but after a moment, I realize my luck. I spend what feels like an hour wiggling it, tugging it, straining my fingers and rubbing them raw, trying to work it free. It isn't coming loose. I'm closer to prying off my own fingernails than I am to pulling out that nail. Then the wood creaks, and I've got a little more room to grip it. Pain shoots through my fingers, and I can tell I'm bleeding, because they're wet and sticky. My hands are shaking from the effort and the throbbing licks of pain. Then the wood creaks again. I yank so hard on the nail it comes right out of the joist, and I lose my balance and go sailing backwards off the bench. I throw my fists up to my ears to protect my head as I smack against the stone floor with the rattling chain. I lie perfectly still, listening to the quiet clinking in the heavy black. I get up on my hands and knees, sweeping my palms across the floor. I press my shoulder against the bench and reach underneath it, and I nearly laugh out loud as I feel a thin metal object, coarse with rust, underneath my hand. I twist the nail between my fingers, grinning for the first time in I don't know how long. It's bent, but I figure if it was straight, it'd be the length of my middle finger to the center of my palm. It should be thin enough to do the trick. I fit the nail into the small lock on the shackle around my ankle. In the dark, it's easy to visualize the inside of the lock as I jiggle the nail around in the keyhole. There's the pin. I press the tip of the nail against it and push up. Click. The shackle slips off my ankle and clatters to the floor, and for a moment, I sit there in astonishment. Panic flutters in my heart, and I clap the shackle back around my ankle, careful not to lock it again. When they bring my supper, that's when it'll happen. They'll open the door, I'll rush them, take them by surprise. Maybe they'll have a knife in their belt or a sword that I can take. That's going to be tough. If it's Asger or one of the Huskarls, they won't be expecting it. But even so, if they so much as scream or yell, it will alert everyone in Offitfjord. Say I manage to take them down right away without a sound. Maybe they've got a weapon that I can use, and a shirt of mail or some clothes I can change into and disguise myself. I lock them in here, then what? Sneak back out into the forest? Hide until dark, then steal a boat? Where would I go? Somewhere. Someplace far outside Hålogaland. That's what I should have done in the first place. Gods, why am I so stupid? Stupid bastard swineherd girl. There's no way I'm going to pull this off. I have to try, I guess. Better than sitting around in the pitch black, waiting for my execution. The faint footsteps on the cellar stairs are nearly enough to make me vomit. I take deep breaths to calm my nervous shivering. As soon as he comes through that door, I'll slam into him and poke this nail through his throat. Odin, guide my hands in battle, I whisper, but even as the prayer escapes my lips, it seems unlikely I'll be getting help from any god. A lump swells in the back of my throat as a dark thought occurs to me. There are some who might be willing. A cold finger traces up my spine. Golveg, help me to escape tonight. Accept the blood I am about to spill as an oblation. The hair rises on the back of my neck as I hear my grandfather's muffled voice on the other side of the door, and I quickly tuck the nail away underneath the bench. The heavy bolt cracks open, and I throw my arm across my face as red light spills into my cell. Wait here, says my grandfather, a shadow behind a flickering torch. He comes inside, followed by another man. It's Asger with my supper. Smoked herring, boiled cabbage, and carrots. He sets the steaming plate down on the bench with a pitcher of mead and steps back, glancing between me and my grandfather.
I'll be right outside,
he says, then leaves and shuts the door. My grandfather gestures to the plate, and I tear into it like a starving dog. I'm so glad to be driving down a hot meal that I don't care that I'm burning my mouth and tongue to cinders. I spit a bone out on the floor and tip up the pitcher and flood my mouth with strong mead. Gods, does it ever feel good to be gulping mead? That's just what I needed to soothe my nerves. I take another swig and set it down. My grandfather is staring at me. He's thinner than usual, hunched over, and his bushy brows are sagging over his eyes. When did his hair become so white? My grandfather never seemed like such an old man before. The sight of him pierces me with a sliver of regret. It's my doing. He sighs deeply, and there's an awkward moment of silence, which he spends wringing his withered hands. Though he's warm and sturdy, my grandfather is an anxious man, tortured day and night by the many worries that burden every ruler. At last he speaks, but there's a frailty in his voice I find unsettling. Hervor, your parents told me what happened in the sheep pasture. Fire licks my insides as I recall that sour incident where that thrall, Folki, wrecked my life with that filthy secret about my mother. My body spasms with a black surge of hate, and I remind myself that I stuck my blade into his belly and let him fumble with his guts for a good minute before shearing his head right off his shoulders. I avenged my honor, I say. I just wish Mother hadn't been so quick to admit what he said. She could have lied. She could have thought of something to keep me from knowing, instead of seizing the opportunity to get it off her chest. Don't be too hard on your mother. my grandfather says.
She's not to blame. She's been the bravest of anyone throughout this whole ordeal.
Why? Because she spread her legs for some swineherd? A great reluctance comes over his face as he weighs the consequences of what he's about to say.
Hervor, he says, there is no swineherd.
What do you mean? Is Frodmar really— He shakes his head. He sits down on the bench beside me, holding the torch in both hands as he leans forward, resting his elbows on his knees as he stares into the crackling flame.
Angantyr Argrimsson was your father.
A long silence hangs between us before he speaks again. Finally, my grandfather shifts his jaw.
He was a berserker, he says, from Bolm Island. He and his brothers used to sail around extorting riches from wealthy men all over Scandinavia. He was a blood-drunk savage. They all were. Everybody hated them. Your uncle Hjorvard challenged Hjalmar the Great-Hearted to a Hjolmgang over the Princess of Sweden. 12 on 12. Your father and all his brothers against Hjalmar and 11 of his friends. They all killed each other on Samsa Island. Your father, your uncles, Hjalmar. Only one man lived to sail away from Samsa's shore. A friend of Hjalmar's, a wanderer called Aroad.
A deep rage flares up in my gut. You should have told me. I would have dedicated my life to avenging my father with his blood.
Hervor, the man is part giant. He's lived 10 times as long as you have. He's probably killed more men than you've ever met in your whole life. He beat your uncles to death all by himself. Besides, he says, he honored your kin, even though they were a bunch of knittings, and had the island folk build a great tomb for their bones.
Is this supposed to appease me somehow? You think I should be glad he's dead, the way you're talking?
What do you want me to say? Your father was evil. I never wanted you to know his name. Hel and Loki, the way he treated your mother.
He looks away, as if ashamed.
They were married, he says, briefly. Angantyr and his brothers came here a few weeks before the Hjolmgang, expecting that as their Jarl, I'd send them off with a great feast. I upheld this custom, of course, and after 3 days of drunken reveling, I brought out my chest of treasure, so they might each choose for themselves one trinket from my wealth. Most of them chose a gold ring or a silver buckle for their belts. Your uncle Hjorvard took a fine dagger, with which he said he'd cut out Hjalmar's liver. But your father had no interest in loot that night. He said he wanted your mother for his wife. I was furious, but I knew the kind of trouble it would bring if I refused. I looked over at Asger, and I saw in his eyes that he was thinking the same as me. Swoop down on them quickly and cut them to pieces before the berserk frenzy takes them. But before I could draw my sword, your mother stood up and said she'd marry Angantyr. We had the wedding the next day. But that night, instead of going into the bridal tent we had put up for them, Angantyr led your mother down to the quay and took her on his ship. I knew then the kind of night that she was in for.
He shakes his head.
She's never spoken of it, and I doubt she ever will. It changed her, you know. She never used to have that hardness in her eyes. She's a brave, brave girl, your mother. We'll never know how many lives her actions saved.
What are you talking about? How could such a thing have saved anyone? I'm trembling now, caught up in a hurricane of emotions.
Well, you see, your other grandfather, Arngrim, had given your father his sword for the duel. Tyrfing, it is called. A wicked thing, possessed by dark magic that thirsts for men's blood. No helm, nor shield, nor shirt of mail can guard against it. It can never be dulled or broken. Anyone it cuts will be dead by nightfall, even if it's the smallest scratch. Worst of all, it cannot be unsheathed without taking a life. Every time that blade is drawn, someone will die. If we had set on them while your father had that thing in his possession, they would have butchered us like pigs.
Really? It didn't seem to serve my father very well on Samsa Island.
No, Hervor. Tyrfing has never served anyone. If anything, your father served it, as did his father and your great-grandfather before him. It is the curse of your line, and not a day goes by that I don't thank the gods your father took it with him to the grave.
He chuckles bitterly.
You don't know how I rejoiced when I heard of his death. The fearsome Ungrinsons, all of them struck down in a single day. The gods had answered my prayers. And then I learned your mother was with child. I knew, he says, that if you grew up knowing about your father, you would idolize him. So we kept it secret, all of Hålogaland, and did everything in our power to keep you from taking after him. But his blood is strong in you, and our efforts were in vain.
I know what he means by that, and there's a long silence between us.
I thought,
he says,
that perhaps it would be good for you to know that truth, before...
Tell me my fate. He sets his jaw firmly and stands up from the bench.
The crimes you have committed are nid. The people are in an uproar. I have consulted the priests and shamans and the wise men from the neighboring villages to come to a just and fair ruling. The burden you have placed on me is truly great. I am an old man, sick of bloodshed and harsh sentences. You do not know how much I long to forgive your actions and grant you mercy, but there can be none. Hervor, you have been found to be an outlaw. You shall remain imprisoned here until the festival of the midnight sun, at which time you shall be led to the docks, where you shall be chained to 4 ships and ripped to pieces in the fjord. Your death will serve as a sacrifice to the sun god, Sol.
A cold tingle pricks my palms. I dig my fingernails into the bench as I start to shudder uncontrollably.
I'm sorry,
he says, his face softening.
You know I wish that it were not this way.
But I can barely hear him. My chest is tightening, and I can't quite catch my breath. I'm panting like I just ran some far distance. I'm going to be sick. Oh, gods, I'm going to be sick! I turn away and retch my guts all over the floor. But at that moment, as vomit burns the back of my throat, my path is laid out clearly before me. An image flashes in my mind, a vision where I descend into my father's tomb to claim my inheritance. I can see myself reaching out and taking hold of Tyrfing's jeweled hilt. There is no decision to make, only a succession of actions to carry out. I lurch again and sweep my hand underneath the bench. Then I sit up, wipe my mouth, and slouch back against the wall. This is what you've decided? I huff. To have me ripped apart by ships? My grandfather sighs helplessly, and his eyes glisten in the torchlight.
I know it isn't easy for you to see, but I have very little say in matters such as this. My hands are tied.
I don't think that's true at all, I say. My voice is trembling almost as badly as my hands. To think, I always thought you loved me.
You know that I love you. I know you do. It's just that...
His voice trails off, and he turns away toward the wall.
Look,
he says.
No one wants for things to be the way they are. Myself least of all. But the things you've done... I'm sorry, Hervor.
No, I'm sorry. The shackle clatters to the floor as I dart off the bench. He whirls around, dropping the torch to throw up his hands as I come at him with the nail. He cries out and it breaks my heart, but I'm glad he does, because it means I don't have to kill him. The door crashes open, and Asger bursts in with the others, blades drawn. But I've already got my grandfather turned around, with the nail pressed under his throat. Not another step! They stop dead, and Asger cautiously holds out his hand.
Whoa, Hervor. Easy now. That's your old grandfather you've got there.
And you're Jarl, Asger. Now give me your sword, hilt first, with the belt and the scabbard.
Don't be stupid, Hervor,
my grandfather snarls. Shut up! You shut up! I'll kill you, I mean it! I'll kill him, Asger!
All right,
says Asger.
Just let me...
He sheaths his blade and lifts the baldric strap over his head. He flings it to me across the floor with a loud clang. It's right at my feet. I'd like to make a go for it, but the way that Asger's watching me, I don't dare. Give me your word of safe passage. Asger tries to hide a smirk.
Safe passage? Are you serious?
Asger! I push the nail more firmly up under my grandfather's chin. He's making terse, raspy breaths, and his warm blood is trickling down my hand along my wrist. You swore your life to your Jarl. If I kill him because of you, then you're no better than I am. Asger!
Fine, he says. You can have safe passage.
For 3 days.
Loki's children, I give you my word you'll have safe passage for 3 days. Now let him...
I shove my grandfather toward them and dive for Asger's sword. The other Huskarls raise their blades defensively as I whip it from the sheath, but Asger tells them to back down, and they move away from the door to let me through. Warily, I inch past them, shaking and sobbing, keeping them at bay with the sharpened tip of Asger's sword. My grandfather's pressing a bloody hand against his neck. He can't even look at me as I back out into the cellar.
3 days,
says Asger.
After that, we'd better not see you in Hålogaland again.
Just let her go, Asger, my grandfather says quietly. Hating myself, I take one last look at my dear old grandfather. Then, without a word, I tear up the cellar stairs and put Offitfjord behind me.
Chapter 9. Mount Hindfjall, Iceland. Deep in the volcanic mountains that loom over the ancient port city of Strindheim, 2 men brave the grueling climb toward the smoldering summit of the Hindfjall, where they are to meet Iceland's Valkyrie queen within her temple. One of the 2, King Gunther of the Burgundians, rests his arm against a boulder, huffing for breath. He is a balding man with a carefully groomed mustache, whose dark hair has been cropped close to his scalp to mask his receding hairline.
Hold on,
he pants.
I just need a moment.
The other man, who is much larger and shows no sign of fatigue, stops to wait for his companion. He is a hulking figure, clearly a man of tremendous strength, and unlike Gunther, who carries a handsome, cheerful regard, his face is as grim as the hard rock of the mountainside. He is Sigurd, Prince of Xanten, and slung across his back is a humongous sword wrapped in sheep's wool, the blade of which is a full 6 feet in length. Sigurd offers his friend a skin filled with water, and Gunther drinks from it in big gulps, spilling it all over his chin and sweaty neck. Sigurd looks at the dimming sky, then squints up into the distance at the temple.
It will soon be dark,
he says.
But we have less than 1 mile left to go. It may as well be 100 miles.
Gunther pants.
Not all of us have giant's blood.
Reluctantly, Sigurd looks up again toward the temple.
Gunther, are you sure you want to do this?
Gunther lets his tongue fall over his chin like a thirsty dog.
If I do, I will become the most famous man in Europe. If afterwards she finds out, she will kill you. I can't watch over you day and night from Xanten. She will tear your arms off with her bare hands. I know she will. I appreciate your concern, Sigurd, but I'll be careful,
says Gunther, wincing as he breathes through a stitch in his side.
Okay, I'm ready. Just a little further up to that big rock, then we'll do it.
Sigurd strides the distance with ease and waits at the rock for Gunther to catch up.
Now are you going to tell me this plan of yours to fool the Valkyrie?
He asks as Gunther pitches over with exhaustion.
Yes,
Gunther huffs. He takes out a cloth and dabs his streaming forehead. Sigurd stares at him impatiently.
Look, there's no other way around it. You and I will have to change shapes. Gunther! I know, but what other choice do we have? What other choice? You have countless choices. We can go back down this volcano right now for one, sail back to Europe, and you can marry any one of the hundreds of other eligible princesses. What about that Danish girl, King Roar's daughter? It would do a great deal to strengthen our alliances, and think of how much it would get on Stilicho's nerves if you secured an alliance with the Danes.
Gunther waves his hand dismissively.
Oh, don't tell me you didn't like her. I thought she was very pretty. Really? Prettier than Rowena? Gunther. Well, was she? I don't know. Yes, you do. Rowena said when you came to Worms she often saw you making eyes at her across the table, when my head was turned. That's a lie. Now you're calling her a liar. She was a liar, and she was vain. She did nothing but sit in front of the mirror, combing her hair, singing to herself about how pretty she was. And when she wasn't doing that, she was experimenting with dangerous magic. You only discovered it at the very end, but I knew about it for years. And you kept it from me. I told you from the beginning not to marry a woman who would try the patience of the gods, but you never listened to a word I said. Not since that evening you crept on her like some old lecher and watched her bathing in the Rhine. She knew I was watching. Of course she knew. She had her talons hooked into your flesh from the moment she got off the boat from Britain. Sadly, Gunther rubs an invisible wound over his heart. And she still does. I miss her terribly. Sigurd breathes slowly through his nostrils. I know, my friend. But you see, says Gunther, this is why I cannot marry King Rorslas or any other regular princess. I am addicted to the complicated woman that was my first wife. Yes, her sick vanity, and dare I say, even her knack for sorcery. Gunther! Yes, I know, says Gunther. But all I'm trying to say is that the woman who is to become my second wife must be of great caliber. Fine. And just think, my friend, just think of the fame this woman will bring us. Petty kings, warlords, and tribal chieftains will rally from all over Europe to join our coalition against the Romans. Yes, but must we really change shapes? Yes, Sigurd, we must. Gunther reaches into a pouch in his belt and takes out a vial of blue liquid, holding it up between his thumb and forefingers. Sigurd frowns. And just what is that? It's one of Rowena's potions, from her laboratory, says his friend, with an innocent smile. Gunther, no. But Gunther plucks the cork from the vial and drains half of the blue liquid in a single gulp. See? He says, grinning. No harm done. But you've only just drunk it. How do you know it's even a potion for changing shapes? You know nothing of magic. Gunther arches his brow. I can read, Sigurd. It was labeled. It said, a potion for changing shapes, right on the bottle. Though I peeled it off during the voyage. Gunther! See here, Sigurd. I've already drunk my share of the potion. Won't you hurry up and drink the rest of it? Who knows what will happen to me if I change shapes with myself? Reluctantly, Sigurd accepts the vial from his friend. I don't like this, Gunther. You've made that perfectly clear. Now, drink up. Sigurd fills his mouth with the tasteless liquid, swallows, and looks himself over to see if his shape has changed. It hasn't. I'm still me, he says. And you're still you. He adopts a worried expression. Are you sure it was a potion for changing shapes? I'm positive, says Gunther. Then he adds hesitantly, now we just have to recite the invocation together. Gunther? Well, it is a magic spell. I'm not the least bit comfortable with this. Oh, enough with all your humming and hawing, Sigurd. Gunther, I don't like it. It's witchcraft. What if it is? We've already drunk the potion. It's too late to back out now. Sigurd wrings his hands and looks reluctantly up at the temple. Fine, he says quietly. What's that? Fine, I said. We'll say the magic words. Good. Now here, says Gunther, rummaging again in the pouch on his belt. I have them scribbled down on this scrap of parchment. Just repeat after me, then we'll say it in unison together. Won't that ruin the spell if we say it more than once? I don't know, Sigurd. I've never done this before. If only Rowena had listened to me and allowed her lunch to digest before going swimming. Just say the blasted spell already. Okay. Pay close attention, Sigurd. It's in the Gaelic tongue. Tamed ar huini, vian an cru aranelli.
Darir na kuhakti, arda na kehe quihe,
Ligshe afi auli.
anush, yanam adanastru.
Tosse.
Both men quickly glance themselves over to make sure nothing's happened.
All right, says Gunther nervously. Now together. Tamed ar huini. Together, Sigurd. Let's start over.
Tamed ar da dwini,
Vian, stop. Stop. Gunther, you said Hahuini the first time. Yes, that's how you pronounce the aspirated consonant H in the Gaelic language, Sigurd. And just now you said Dadwini. No, I didn't. Yes, you did. Your eyes were tricked by the letters on the parchment. Ugh, whatever. Let's start again.
The two men manage to say the entire spell, and on the final syllable, Sigurd blinks. He opens his eyes to see a smaller, more charming version of himself. He looks down at his hands. His palms have turned to the more tanned complexion of Gunther's skin. Even his clothes have changed. He's now wearing Gunther's burgundy tunic and pink and yellow striped breeches. Unable to resist, he lifts his hand and pats the top of his head, where smooth scalp meets coarse, dark stubble.
I'm bald,
he says. Gunther stomps his foot.
You are not bald. And cheer up, will you? You're too stern. You cannot wear that austere expression while you're in my shape. Let's see that handsome grin.
Sigurd gives him a blank stare, then forces a toothy smile.
Ugh, not like that. Here, like this. Don't make that face with my face. I've never worn such an expression in my life.
Well, I don't go around looking like I just got back from Niflheim.
And I don't look like an excited puppy. Neither do I. Gunther, how long is this spell supposed to last?
Until the next time you pee. Then the magic will pass out of your body with the potion.
Well, I wish you'd told me that before. I suppose I can hold it. Never mind. Here, how's this?
He says, attempting a sly smirk.
That isn't the end of the world,
says Gunther, wincing.
Just try not to look so brooding, and I'll try to be more solemn.
He rummages again in the pouch on his belt and takes out a gold ring.
This was Rowena's wedding band. Give it to the Valkyrie once you've conquered her. All right,
says Sigurd. Then he swings the massive sword from his back.
Here,
he says.
You had better carry Balmung. Oof, very well,
says Gunther through his teeth as he struggles to shoulder the heavy blade.
Now, let's go up and meet her.
Chapter 10. The Valkyries' temple is no more than a stone terrace at the summit of the volcano. Beyond the processions of great pillars, a sweltering orange glow seeps up from where the terrace drops off into the fiery heart of the mountain. Standing near the edge, surrounded by 12 stern but beautiful Icelandic shield maidens, is the Valkyrie Queen. She is taller than most men, nearly a foot taller than Gunther, and her voluptuous body is thickly corded with muscle. Her bulging thighs, left bare by the pink robe flowing between her knees, could burst a man's head like a grape. Her waist is thin and taut as iron. Her white, plump breasts are held by 2 golden boxes harnessed by golden chains, and on her shins and wrists are gold greaves and bracers of the same design. In her left hand, she carries a shield as thick as a wagon's wheel, painted green and blue in the same style as her attending maidens. In her right hand, she carries a tall spear made entirely of iron. She's wearing a domed helm of gold, from under which 2 blonde braids fall over her shoulders. She holds the 2 men in a fierce regard, which seems to match the smoldering vapors at her back. The shield maiden on to her right, who is even sterner and more beautiful than the others, calls out in a loud voice, "Who dares challenge Brunhilde, the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland? in the temple of her forebears. Sigurd looks reluctantly back to Gunther, who nods urgently.
I am Gunther Gjörkesson, king of the Burgundians,
says Sigurd,
descendant of the Niflung dynasty, and this is my sworn companion, Sigurd Sigmundsson, the Prince of Xanten, whose grandfather was the Frankish hero Volsung.
I have heard your names before, says Brunhilde. The two of you have caused much trouble for the Romans.
Gunther puffs up his chest with pride. And we hope to cause them a great deal more trouble. The feat of marrying you will make me incredibly famous. And soon, all the Germanic tribes will come flocking from all across Europe to offer their allegiances.
So then it is you, Sigurd, who will be challenging me? Asks Brunhilde. I have heard you are a man of great strength. I must admit, when news came to us in Strindheim of your endeavors against the Roman legions, of how time and again you thwarted Stilicho's cunning strategies with brute strength alone, I longed for you to come face me in this temple, so that at last I might be conquered and be taken as your wife. For centuries, brave men have challenged my strength, all of them valiant suitors, who sought me for their bride. All have wound up in—
sorry,
Gunther interrupts as Brunhilde gestures to the smoldering crevice at her back.
I didn't mean to give you the wrong idea. It's actually Gunther, who will be challenging you.
Sigurd shoots his friend a warning glance. Surprised, Brunhilde exchanges a confused look with her shield maidens. I have heard of your schemes, King Gunther, and your ability to make friends among the Germanic tribes, and also of your frivolous spending of your country's wealth on troops and war. The merchants who come to trade in the port of Strindheim, who have seen you, say that you are handsome, and the most charming of monarchs. In Sigurd's shape, Gunther's brow begins to arch, and he is unable to resist grinning smugly. But, she adds, they also say you are a small, conniving little man, without morals, who faints at the sight of blood.
That's preposterous, Gunther cries. Just who are these merchant busybodies?
Brunhilde regards the other inquisitively. And what do you say to this, King Gunther? In Gunther's form, Sigurd snorts.
I'd say a queen should know better than to take heed of the rumor-mongering that takes place next to the fishmongering in ports like Strindheim. If you're ready, I'm eager to begin this contest.
Brunhilde is taken aback. A man of action, and of few words. It seems the men who described you were indeed not the best judges of character. Every word from them about you marked you as a light-hearted, cheerful man, and here I find you standing before me so stern, so formidable, so austere. Gunther claps a hand over his face.
He is light-hearted and cheerful. He's just very focused. Mind on task, madam. He's been up since before dawn, mentally preparing himself for this ordeal, imagining over and over again how he's going to outmuscle you at every trial and hurl you into the dust with his behemoth strength.
Brunhilde gnaws on her lip as she looks again to her contender. Perhaps, at last, after so many centuries, a man worthy of becoming her husband has finally come to claim her.
Can we get on with this?
Asks Sigurd, twirling his right arm, then warming up with a few hip rotations. Indeed, says Brunhilde. Your first challenge will be to beat me in a race.
A race? Ha! I'm sure you're fast, but I'll bet there's many a man alive today who could out-sprint you on the open plain,
says Gunther. Open plain? No, Sigurd, Brunhilde says. It's a race to the top of those pillars. He and I will each take one, and whoever can scramble up onto the capital the quickest will be the winner. Gunther stares at the 50-foot pillars, noting how they have no ledges or ridges or anything to take hold of. Smooth stone all the way up, and each pillar is so thick it would take 2 men to embrace it. He shuts his mouth, wondering how anyone could scale such an obstacle, let alone with any haste.
Child's play,
says Sigurd, shrugging his shoulders in deep circular motions. He slaps his hands together in a loud clap and marches confidently toward the nearest pillar. The shield maidens take Brunhilde's spear and shield as their queen removes her golden helm. "Here," she says, dragging her toe in the dust to mark the starting line on the temple floor. "We'll line up here. If you want to take that pillar, I'll take this one. Birta, if you'll call the ready for us." "As you will, my lady," says the shield maiden, holding Brunhilde's helm. Gunther swallows anxiously, new sweat dripping down the side of his face. Sigurd performs some final torso twists. Then he and Brunhilde place their toes on the line and lean forward into the starting position. Sigurd sends her a competitive glare and vigorously rubs his hands together. "On your mark," says Birta. "Get set. Go." Brunhilde bolts into motion like a mustang from the gate. Sigurd falls behind. Brunhilde is the first one to the pillar. She jumps 6 feet into the air, seizing the pillar in both hands and feet, and starts shimmying to the top with fluid movements perfected over hundreds of years. Gunther's stomach squirms as he watches Sigurd's imminent defeat. But as Sigurd reaches the base of his pillar, he drops into a low squat, and with a guttural roar, launches himself from the ground. Brunhilde gasps as he shoots past her and claps his mighty hands to the pillar a third of the way to the top. Though his climbing movements are not as practiced or as fluid as Brunhilde's, he bounds up the pillar like an enraged gorilla, hissing and grunting, his eyes wide with exertion. Brunhilde isn't even halfway to the top when Sigurd lifts himself onto the capital. The shield maidens are all staring up at him in astonishment.
"Ha!" cries Gunther from below. "I'd say you could use a few more centuries of practice, Brunhilde."
But Brunhilde is busy gawking at Sigurd standing on top of the pillar high above her. I admit," she says, "that I have been beaten at this trial several times before. On occasion, every 100 years or so, comes an exceptionally strong and agile challenger who can beat me at this particular race, but only by a hair's breadth. I have never been so sorely beaten."
"What is the next challenge?"
asks Sigurd, only slightly out of breath. "Come down and I'll show you." Sigurd nods, then, placing a hand on the capital, swings himself down onto the pillar and slides down to the bottom. There is some whispering among the shield maidens.
"Great job, Gunther,"
says Gunther, flexing into a pose in Sigurd's form. Sigurd winks. Brunhilde leads him to a humongous boulder on the other side of the temple. "This next test," she says, "is one of brute strength. You must lift this rock."
"Lift that rock?"
Gunther cries.
"Will the mountain stay standing if that thing leaves the ground? I'll bet that thing weighs a ton."
2 tons. Sigurd shakes his head.
"Oof, that's going to be heavy."
"I'll go first," says Brunhilde. "Then, based on how I do, you can try and outmuscle me."
"Well, I don't think that'll be any trouble for Gunther here,"
says Gunther, patting Sigurd on the back.
"After all, we did just see him destroy you in that race back there, scaling up that pillar like an ape in the jungle."
His voice trails off as Brunhilde squats down and inches her fingers under the edge of the rock. Then, with perfect form, she rises into a standing position. There's a quiet rumbling as the rock tilts off the ground. Twisting her hand so her palms are under the rock's surface, Brunhilde pushes the rock above her head until it's nearly standing upright on its side. Then she shoots her left leg under the rock in a deep side lunge, pressing up against the bottom with her left hand. With great effort and focus, she lifts the rock above her head. She stays like that for a moment, exhaling deeply from pursed lips. Then, with a mighty growl, she heaves the rock backward and steps forward quickly as the rock crashes to the ground behind her. "What do you think, Gunther?" huffs Brunhilde. "Will that stone be too much for you?" Gunther stares at her in horror and amazement. Sigurd folds his arms across his chest and taps his finger against his chin.
"You are very strong,"
he says,
but not as strong as me, I think.
Oh? Show me, then.
Sigurd nods and goes to the boulder. There is some jaw-dropping among the shield maidens, and a giggle or two as he performs the same feat as Brunhilde, tipping the rock up off the ground to get beneath, and lifting it over his head. But instead of letting it fall back behind him, he shuffles sideways toward the far end of the temple, grunting and hissing with each step. Amazed, the spectators follow him as he moves to the edge where the temple drops off into the heart of the volcano. There, Sigurd performs 5 deep squats while holding the rock above his head, and as he rises on the 5th, he hurls the boulder halfway across the glowing chasm. They all watch the boulder falling for several seconds, until it disappears into the lava below with a golden splash and a sizzling hiss. Brunhilde looks at Sigurd, knowing in her heart that this King Gunther is the man for whom she has been waiting so very long. Sigurd pats off his hands.
What's next?
For the final challenge, she says, you must defeat me in a wrestling match.
Ha! That'll be no problem,
Gunther scoffs.
He's already proven twice that he's far stronger than you.
Perhaps, says Brunhilde, wrinkling her nose. But now he must prove that he is also more skilled as well.
What are the rules?
Asks Sigurd. The first person to tap out or pass out is the loser. That is the only rule. Anything goes. Sigurd raises an eyebrow.
You'll allow for fish hooking, eye gouging, and groin stomping?
He asks, cracking his knuckles. I guess it could be allowed.
What about pinching? Asks Gunther. Is pinching allowed?
I suppose.
Oh, what about that move you did to this Hubian emissary? What move? You know, when you put your knee into his back and pulled on his ears?
What was this? Brunhilde asks.
Oh, he was a stubborn fellow, says Gunther. Wouldn't listen at all, and wouldn't budge the least bit in our negotiation. In fact, I don't think he understood he was at a negotiation, really. He kept on making the same demands over and over. Anyway, Gunther here got so fed up with listening to him that he forced the man down in front of the whole court and all the other emissaries who were still waiting their turn to speak, and started stretching the man's ears out. And you know, everyone in that room, myself included, thought he was going to rip that man's ears right off and start a war. I mean, he was shrieking like a tormented piglet, but he pulled his ears so slowly and so carefully that they didn't tear at all. He's got floppy ears now, though. They droop right down over his shoulders. Is there a name for that move? No, there's no name for it, says Sigurd. Well, we should make a name for it right now. How about the bat ear? Yes, the bat ear. Will you allow for that? Actually, you know what? You better not. You won't want to marry her if she has floppy bloodhound ears, even if she used to be very beautiful.
Frankly, says Brunhilde, as she and Sigurd begin warily circling each other, the man who is to be my husband would be so skilled and strong that he would not need to employ such dastardly techniques to conquer his wife. Before she's finished speaking, Sigurd bolts through the space between them, and swooping low, he dives for her right leg. Brunhilde shoots her legs back, sprawling forward. She pounces off his back and sends him skidding, face first against the temple floor beneath her. As she lands, she rolls to the side, then forward into a sitting position. She deftly snatches him by the wrist and wrenches back his arm between her legs. Then she tumbles over his back and turns him over, belly up. Her left leg is wrapped around his throat. Her right leg is across his chest, pinning him down. With both hands, she pulls backward on his wrist, like she's yanking back a mighty lever.
No!
Cries Gunther.
No!
Sigurd's eyes are bulging as his quivering wrist strives against all Brunhilde's might. A couple more inches, and she'll break his arm backwards at the elbow. Are you going to lose so easily? Growls Brunhilde. Sigurd says nothing, focusing his strength. Gunther pulls on his face.
Come on, Sigurd.
he whispers. "Don't you lose this." But Sigurd is still mustering all his strength into his right arm. The veins are twitching on his bicep. His breath comes out in a trembling hiss. His lips and chin are wet from his sputtering grunts. Then, to Brunhilde's astonishment, she feels herself being drawn forward. She pulls back against him, redoubling her efforts, but she cannot match Sigurd's might. With a bursting roar, Sigurd hurls her off of him, sending her flying 10 feet into the air. Before Brunhilde can scramble back on her feet, Sigurd overtakes her. He scoops up her left leg, locking her ankle in the grip of his bulging bicep. With gentle force, he pushes against the side of her foot with his other hand. A sharp cry comes from Brunhilde, who makes a futile attempt to scurry away on her hands and right knee.
"Yes,"
shouts Gunther, punching the air.
"He's got you."
The shield maidens are clapping and jumping up and down. There are tears of joy in Birta's eyes.
"Will you not yield?"
asks Sigurd, lightly twisting her ankle and causing her to growl in pain.
Ugh.
She's competed against her challenger with all her strength, all the might of her giant kin. How many men have sought to win her, all of whom she cast off the precipice to their fiery doom? Now, at last, after so many centuries, she knows the humiliation of defeat.
"I yield,"
she screams, slapping her palm on the temple floor.
"I yield to my husband."
Sigurd releases her at once, and Brunhilde collapses, panting.
"Gunther,"
she says.
"Oh, sweet Gunther, truly you are a champion among champions, a rival to both Samson and Achilles. What foe could ever hope to conquer your indomitable strength?"
Sigurd sends the real Gunther a wary glance.
"Come, Gunther," says Brunhilde. "You have won me with your might. Claim your prize. Make love to me at once."
Sigurd takes a step back.
"What? No. We must first be wed."
"But what do you mean? You have beaten me. The law of my ancestors binds us together."
"Perhaps, but our marriage must be witnessed by the people as well. After all, our two kingdoms will be united."
"Then let us hurry back to Strindheim. We'll gather the people. We'll rush the shamans into the temple. We'll quickly swear ourselves to each other and sacrifice 2 bulls on Freya's altar. The mingling of the blood will be the mingling of our kingdoms. And then I will bring you into my bedchambers, and we will have such a night that it will make up for all the ages I've been waiting, longing, aching for you. Oh, Gunther!" Sigurd looks to his friend for help.
"What Gunther means,"
says Gunther,
"is that he intends to take you back to his palace in Worms and marry you there. It must be a very grand celebration. We must allow time for heralds to be sent out to invite the kings and chieftains of all the tribes of Europe. You and Gunther will be very famous. All of Midgard will be buzzing with talk about this night. We must allow for that talk to spread, to generate excitement and morale. It will make for a most unique opportunity."
Brunhilde looks at Gunther sadly. "You want to use our wedding as a means to gather allies?" Sigurd badly attempts Gunther's smile and cheerful enthusiasm.
"Absolutely." "I know it seems a bit underhanded," says Gunther, "but we are at war with the greatest empire on earth, after all, and we must win friends at any cost."
"Very well," says Brunhilde. "I understand this war is very important to you. I can wait a little while to be with you, if I must." She takes Sigurd by the hand. "But know that I am yours to do with as you please. Not only I, but all my armies, ships, treasure. All of Iceland is at your disposal." Gunther smiles deviously.
"I desperately look forward to exploring my new wife,"
says Sigurd awkwardly, causing Brunhilde to blush as he kisses her fingers.
"But for now, I must sail back to Worms.
where I will make plans for our wedding feast and your coronation. I will return for you at the end of summer."
"The end of summer?" Tears fill her bright eyes. "Gunther, do you know how long I have waited for a man who is worthy to become my husband? And yet you would force me to wait longer still? What have I done to deserve such cruelty?"
"It's only 4 months,"
he says,
"and in that time there will be much to do."
"Yes," says Gunther. "You'll have to meet with your advisors and prepare your sister Bekild to govern as regent in your place, and mobilize your land and naval forces to join us on the front. But before you do that, you'll have to meet with the Guild of Commerce to discuss the changes in trade, since you'll now have access to wood at a much higher discount. You'd be surprised at how much that can affect logistic operations."
"Not to even mention the wedding preparations,"
says Sigurd.
"Time will fly by, and before you know it, we shall be wed, and the two of us will have many long years together."
He looks again to Gunther, who nods, and he takes out Rowena's ring and slips it on Brunhilde's finger, though it's quite loose, and neither of them is sure it won't fall off.
"This ring,"
says Sigurd,
"is a token of my promise to return. Look on it with hope and much anticipation. And now, my future wife, I take my leave. Let us both look forward to that joyous day."
With that, Sigurd wheels around and walks urgently toward the stone steps that lead back down the mountain. Gunther follows on his heels, leaving Brunhilde and her shield maidens watching after them, perplexed. Chapter 11. Fastening his breeches, Gunther, now in his own shape, comes out from behind the same large rock where they stopped to cast the spell on their ascent.
"My, that was something. Phew! It was a thrill to watch. And I must say, Sigurd, your performance was stupendous."
Sigurd shakes his head.
"Gunther, I like this even less now that we've done it. I do not think you should come back for her."
"Oh, don't be ridiculous, Sigurd. It's too late for that now."
"No, it isn't. You haven't married her yet. It's just, and I mean no offense to your masculinity or your competence as a warrior, but I have just felt the force of that woman's might. She could pull you apart with her bare hands, quicker than 4 horses could, and with no greater effort than if she was tearing up a leaf. It's going to be fine. You're worrying too much. And you're not worrying enough. You'd be in less peril going to bed with a mother grizzly and her cubs."
"Only if she finds out. And even then, I'm optimistic of the outcome."
"She thinks you're me. A rival to Achilles and Samson. That's what she said. How long do you think it will take for her to discover that she's been duped? I'll wager you don't even make it back to Worms. And then what? She'll mince you, along with any other poor soul standing in your vicinity."
"Oh, really? Well, how about this, Sigurd? In my name, you put Rowena's ring on her finger, and promise to come back and marry her. What's going to happen if I don't keep my word? I'll tell you. The months will slip by, maybe even a year or 2 will pass, and then, when I least expect it, I'll look out the window of my palace and see Icelandic warships coming up the Rhine, with that scorned woman at the prow. No thank you, Sigurd. I'm not interested."
"You're right,"
says Sigurd, shrugging Balmung off his shoulder.
"It's best to put an end to this right now, and save ourselves any unwelcome surprises."
"Have you lost your mind?" cries Gunther. "On the way up there, you were afraid to drink a potion and say a few magic words, and now you want to go back up there and kill a woman in cold blood just as a preemptive measure?"
"I've made it clear from the beginning that I never wanted any part of this,"
Sigurd says, starting back up toward the temple with the 6-foot blade in his grasp.
"Even so, Sigurd,"
says Gunther, rushing after him.
"You can't just kill Brunhilde. She's the Queen of Iceland. You'll start a war, and we can't afford to wage another one."
Sigurd stops. Not to even mention that King Gudmund won't stay neutral for very long
once he hears you've cleaved his favorite niece in half. And not even you can outmuscle Prince Hofund and all the giants of Glassesfiller. Listen to me. It's as simple as this. You kill her, war with Iceland. I don't come back for her, war with Iceland. But if I do come back for her and marry her, then we get her and her troops to bolster our forces against Stilicho and this rising threat from the Huns, along with all the other tribes who will join our coalition due to the fame of this feat we've engineered. Yes, Gunther, I know. It's the perfect plan. Until she discovers this evil trick we're playing on her, and she rips your legs off your body. No. Gunther. No, listen to me. That isn't going to happen, and I'll tell you why. For several hundred years, that woman has been craving the day her husband will come for her. Don't you see, Sigurd? She's been hoping to lose. She's a Valkyrie, and a great and noble queen, so of course she wouldn't lose on purpose. She's been striving to win with all her might, but she's been longing for a man to come beat her in the contest, marry her, and take her away from this blasted volcano. Now you think if she finds out the truth, she'll fly into a green rage and pluck off all my appendages. But I don't. I think she'll be upset, yes. But I don't think she'll have the slightest inclination of harming me. After all, I am what she's been pining away for all this time. Do you really think she'll be that hung up on the details? No. She'll be feverish with the passion of a newly entered marriage. I doubt she'll even care. I hope for your sake that you're right. Look, Sigurd, you've done your part, and you were magnificent. But the time for brute strength is over. It is now time for the cunning machinations of the sharp-minded courtier. Fine. Do whatever seems best to you. I think that woman will bring you to ruin. We shall see about that, Sigurd, says Gunther. He smiles exuberantly and starts to whistle through his teeth as they resume their hike back down to the port of Strindheim.
Chapter 12. Lofoten, Hålogaland. Hervor. I need to find a ship that'll take me out of Hålogaland. At this point, it doesn't matter where it's going, so long as it's somewhere else. News of my disgrace will have spread like a plague throughout the whole region, and my 3 days of safe passage have gone by too quickly. It's been an anxious week of sleepless nights. I'm always looking over my shoulder. I've been making my way west into Lofoten, the formation of mountainous isles that once were my birthright. There are many villages along the coast, and in the early morning, if there isn't any fog, I can see fishing boats far out on the water. But they'll come in again once they've caught their haul for the day. It's a merchant vessel that I need if I'm going to get away from here. Vagar is the nearest place where I might find a ship like that. Or Borg, which is another day further west. There are a number of places where I have to swim from one island to the next. The islands aren't very far apart, no more than a mile at the longest stretch, but it's a dangerous crossing. The current is strong and freezing, and it tries to suck me under and drag me away from the shore. I'm a strong swimmer, though, and I know how to deal with fast currents. I strip down on the edge of the shore and roll my leather shoes up in my dress. I use my leg wraps to tie it tight around Asger's sword belt. I hate to take a fine blade like that into salt water, but I don't have any choice. I'm already shivering as I pull the shoulder strap over my head and fasten the buckle around my hips. I glance reluctantly at the patches of snow lingering along the shore. Then I dash headlong into the shallows and dive naked into the cold, cold water. The shock sends the blood rushing to my head. The current is eating me alive, nibbling my flesh with thousands of icy teeth. My muscles are seizing up from the cold. My head is pounding, but I don't think about it. I swim steadily for the other side, turning my face up from the channel with each stroke to gasp a quick breath. The swishing current is towing me far from where I started, but I don't panic. I strive calmly forward until I reach the shore and finally pull myself onto the slippery rocks with rattling teeth and quivering hands. I need to get a fire going right away. I need to get warm and dry my clothes. Every time I have to swim, I always lose a couple hours because I have to hang up my dress and socks and wait for the fire's heat to dry them. 8 days after leaving Offitfjord, I arrive in the mountain-encircled port of Vegar. There's a longship with a furled orange sail moored along the wharf. Men are busy loading it with provisions. They're making a voyage of some length because they're carrying live goats aboard for milk and squawking chickens in wooden cages, and people are gathering on the shore to say farewell and send off the crew. A young man embraces his mother and sisters. Then he slings his shield on his back and says goodbye to his father. The burly man claps his shoulder and looks him firmly in the eye as he thrusts his axe into his hand. This ship is going on a raid. My stomach squirms as I push through the crowd onto the wharf. The ship's a Snekja, a 20-bencher made for a crew of 40, but I don't see any women among the crew. It won't be easy to convince them to take me on. There are rules about sailing with women. Unless I had a father or husband coming on board with me, a fifth of the crew would have to be female if the voyage was going to be more than 3 days long. One of the men is passing heavy barrels to another man on board, and I can hear liquid sloshing around inside. Fresh water, probably, to drink at sea. He sets down his barrel when he sees me coming and gives me a fish-eyed stare. "Who's the skipper here?" I ask. He spits off the wharf into the waves. "That'd be Dwerg," he says, nodding at another man climbing up out of the ship, a nervous, dark-haired fellow with shifting eyes. "You're the skipper?" I ask him. He peers at me suspiciously. "Yes? What do you want?" "I want to know where you're going." "Northeast." "Not south?" "Northeast," he says again, "to Ladaga. We'll raid the Finns and then head south into Gardariki to trade our slaves and plunder with the Rus." He looks down at the sword on my hip. "And you're not coming." "Because I'm a woman?" "Yes, and because I doubt your husband agreed to let you take his sword and run off to join a crew of 40 men. I don't want to start a feud." I remember that my mother took off my kransen, the braided leather circlet worn by virgin girls who still live with their fathers. It's a mark of shame for an unmarried girl not to wear a kransen. It shows that her father has thrown her out of his house. I tell him I don't have a husband, and that my father won't care what happens to me. "Well, that explains why you want to leave," he says. "But you're still not getting in my ship." "It's in your best interest to let me come along. You should know better than to risk a woman's fury." The man loading the barrel snorts and shakes his head. Dwerg chuckles. "That's what every girl says when she doesn't get her way." "I'm not just any girl." Telling him is a gamble, and for a second I consider turning around and hiking the extra day to Borg. But I know I'll only find myself in a similar situation. Only then, there's a greater chance the news will have reached them. Loki, they might already know. The whole crew might spring out the ship and drown me off the wharf. I'm the Princess of Lofoten. The skipper sets his jaw and exchanges a glance with a few of the other men. Some of them are staring up at me from the ship. "Hervor Frodmar's daughter? From Offitfjord?" "Yes, though I'm not Frodmar's daughter any more." "Your father got tired of putting up with you, did he? I heard Frodmar's lass was a lot to handle." This gets a few snickers from the crew, but I don't find it very funny. You wouldn't be laughing if you knew who my true father was. The way he turns pale, it's clear he already knows. Everyone does. They've known this whole time, and I'm the only one who hasn't. I wonder if my brothers knew. Gods, that makes my blood boil. "You've found out, then?" he asks reluctantly. "I know whose blood flows through my veins, and I know about the curse that haunts my kin, and the spirits that visit those of my bloodline. Some of them listen to me." He hunches up his shoulders. "Now just what do you mean by saying a thing like that?" "Oh, nothing. Turn me away if you must. I'll go back to spinning yarn at home. I'll be singing as I spin, singing a story of how you treated me, and of how 40 sailors fared at sea." Now he's uncomfortable, and some of the crew are whispering to each other uneasily.
"Woman, don't you threaten me with satyr,"
he growls.
"Our fates are decided by the Norns. Even if you spin a spell about us all in yarn, you can't invoke our doom unless the Norns have spoken it from the other world."
He's putting on a brave show, but the thought of a woman cursing their voyage has obviously unsettled him. If I choose my words, he'll do whatever I say. The Norns only determine the moment of your death. Who is to say you won't catch some awful sickness? Maybe you'll live through it. Maybe you won't. Or maybe you'll lose your wind and be adrift for days until the crew are tempted to throw you overboard. I'm not saying that you'll drown, but your voyage will most likely end in disaster. Who knows, really, what might happen? Satyr isn't too predictable.
"Look,"
he says.
"we don't want any trouble."
I can hear the fear in his voice, and I know I've got him. "Then you better go back up to the seer again," I say. "Her reading might not be so favorable, now that our paths have crossed." The whole crew is watching him with worried faces. He whispers a nervous oath.
"Fine, you can come,"
he says.
"Loki's children. You live up to your reputation, that's for sure."
He spits in his palm and offers me his hand.
"You're now a part of the crew aboard the longship Geller."
I spit in my own hand and slap it against his. "You're making the right choice."
"Am I? We'll see if you still feel that way after we've been away from our wives for 2 weeks. No one will care much who your grandfather is then. Which brings me to another matter. You won't be getting any special treatment on account of being a princess. We're all equals on the Geller, so you'd better pull your weight."
"All right."
"All right? That's yes, skipper, to you, lass. Now get aboard. We're putting off soon."
I step down into the ship, and those already aboard lean well away from me as I make my way to an empty rowing bench. They're all uneasy. None of them look me in the eye, and no one speaks or turns to introduce himself as I sit down. I might have won my way aboard, but I haven't won any friends. I take a deep breath and try to calm the butterflies in my stomach. Even though I'm sitting forward near the bow, I'm facing backward toward the mast and stern. Further back is the shore where all the people of Vagar are gathered to see us off. I think about what Skipper Dwerg said about the crew being away from their wives for so long. What am I doing? I wring my hands in my lap, reminding myself that I didn't have a choice, that to stay in Hålogaland would mean my death. But it doesn't stop my guts from churning. Upon the wharf, the fish-eyed man passes the last barrel of water aboard and climbs down into the ship himself. As he takes his seat, Dwerg leans in toward him with one hand on the rigging.
"Ollie, who are we still waiting for?"
"Just Arnie and Harold,"
he says. He points to a man jogging down to the wharf with a shield slung across his back and a long axe in his hand.
"There's Arnie now."
Dwerg crosses his arms as Arnie runs up to him.
"Is your axe sharp enough?"
Arnie's a burly man with a shaved head and a thick brown beard. His grinning eyes are gray, like the mist over the fjord.
"Did you want to test it?"
Arnie asks cheerfully. He's got a heavy accent. Dwerg shakes his head.
"Where's Harold?"
"Saying goodbye to his wife."
He flicks his tongue between his fingers.
"I think he's still going to be a while."
"Loki. Well, too bad for Harold. Princess Hervor took his place."
"Who? Did you say a princess?"
"Your new rowing partner."
Arnie stares at me and says something I can't quite hear. He's grinning, though, and both of them chuckle. He claps Dwerg on the back and climbs aboard, smiling and clasping hands with all the other men as he makes his way up to where I'm sitting. He swings his shield off his back and hangs it off one of the wooden hooks along the gunwale, then unshoulders his bundle of fighting gear and kicks it under the bench. Then he twists around and he looks me over, slowly. 5 seconds, and he's already getting on my nerves. Stop trying to see through my dress.
"I can't help it,"
he says, and I still can't place his accent.
You're too pretty. Way better looking than Harold.
He leans back and folds his hands behind his head.
I think it's going to be a pleasant voyage.
Keep ogling me like that, and you might not make it to Ladiga.
Whoa, tough girl. Is this your first big raid?
And what if it is?
Nervous?
No.
Yes.
I'm not nervous.
But you are. You look like you're about to cry.
You'd better back off. I said I'm not nervous. He grins.
Okay, tough girl.
I finally recognize his accent. Once every few years, a Swedish merchant vessel would come up to trade as far as Offitfjord, and my grandfather would host the ship's crew in his hall. Usually, the skipper brought some message from their king, and my grandfather would always be on edge for a while after they'd left. My grandfather has many allies, but King Gitzer is not one of them. What's a Swede like you doing on this ship anyway? I ask.
What's a pretty lass like you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home with your husband, trying to swell your belly with the sun? Or does his eel not know how to swim? If you want, I could slip my eel in your trench. Arnie,
warns one of the men ahead of him. But Arnie ignores him, rocking his hips back and forth on the bench.
Just ask me any time. It'd probably be a shock for you at first, compared to what you're used to. But we could take it slow until you're accustomed to the larger size.
I'm not used to men speaking to me this way, and I feel a surge of adrenaline as I squeeze the grip of Asger's sword. You'd better watch your mouth.
Oh, you like the same thing as Harold's wife?
He flicks his tongue at me. Stop! He grabs himself and smooches his lips. I mean it. I'll cut your head off.
Okay, tough girl. He snorts. Little tough talk girl. Princess first-timer.
I bolt up from the bench, and he leans back and throws up his hands as I whip Asger's sword out of the scabbard.
Whoa, whoa! Loki, put that thing away. I'm only playing. Sit down and relax before Dwerg kicks us both off the ship.
Are you done?
Yes, I'm done. Now sit back down. Loki.
I'm shaking with anger as I sheathe my blade and take my seat. Most of the crew is staring at me, and upon the wharf near the shore, Dwerg is talking with a gray-bearded man who I assume is Fakar's chieftain. They're both looking in my direction, and Dwerg is shaking his head and mouthing an oath under his breath. I'm not off to a good start.
Whew, edgy,
says Arnie.
You shouldn't be so uptight.
You shouldn't try to get on my nerves.
Fine, sorry. Why don't we have a drink together?
He says, reaching for a wineskin underneath the bench.
A drink to the voyage.
I don't think so.
Come on, we're rowing partners. We're going to need to watch each other's back.
He takes a deep swig and offers it to me again. Fine. I take it from him and fill my mouth with mead.
See? Was that so bad?
I roll my eyes and take another gulp before passing it back. Are we meeting up with any other ships?
Quite a few,
he says.
When we get to Borg. Then a few more will be joining us as we head up farther north. I think I heard there were 15 ships altogether that swore into the fleet, so we're a good 600 strong.
I look out at the rugged mountains along the harbor. The shore is all spiked and jagged like a dragon's back. I'm suddenly struck by how breathtaking Lofoten is, and my heart swells with pride to think that I was once princess of this land. But no longer. I'm wondering, as we prepare to set off on our voyage, if I'll ever come back here again. I can feel my eyes starting to glisten as I start to think about the life in Offitfjord I've left behind.
You know,
says Arnie,
when I was young like you, I killed my father and 2 brothers.
Why? He grins.
Getting on my nerves.
I shake my head in disbelief.
It's true,
he says.
I'm not allowed in Sweden anymore. If I go back, it would be my death. That's why I'm stuck sailing with a bunch of Hålogalanders.
I'm in exile too, I say, still looking out along the harbor.
Oh,
He waits for me to tell him more, but I'm not ready to talk about it yet. The wound is still too fresh. He nods, taking the hint from my silence, and offers me the skin of mead again. Then he spits in his hand and holds it out.
Arne Gunvarsson,
he says. I take another draught of mead, then snort back a head full of mucus. Hervor Angantir's daughter. Dwerg is coming up the wharf with the chief of Fagar and 3 Volva priestesses, and I follow the crew's example as those of us on the starboard side take up the oars laid along the center of the ship and guide them through the rectangular slots at each rowing station. We're about to put off. My heart is pounding. Arnie winks. The chieftain pats Skipper Dwerg on the back and holds up his hand to bless us in the names of Odin, Tyr, and Njord. Dwerg steps aboard to take his place at this steering oar. Then the chieftain himself stoops down to cast off the lines that moor the Gellir to the wharf, and the priestesses start singing and wailing in high, throaty voices. One of them is pounding a tight skin drum. The 2 others are dipping willow wands into wide bowls and flicking blood onto the crew.
"Shove off!"
shouts Dwerg. Arnie and all the men on the port side reach over the gunwale and push the ship away from the wharf. The families along the shore wave and shout goodbye as the port-side men slide their oars into place. The priestesses follow us up to the end of the wharf, singing and flicking blood.
Stroke. Stroke.
I pull my oar into my chest and lean back in rhythm with the other men. And as Fagar drifts away from us, a priestess flicks her wand a final time. I turn away, blinking as warm globs splatter my face and hair.
Chapter 13. The Northern Coast, Hålogaland.
It's the middle of the night, and the Gellir has pulled ashore and made camp. Her sleeping crew is scattered along the shore, like washed-up victims of a shipwreck, lying in the thick patches of grass that carpet the rugged coast, or slumbering propped up against the rocks. It's a clear night, and bright streaks of purple shift across the northern sky, coloring the sea with their shimmering reflection. Dozens of red fires flicker along the dark coast where other crews have dragged their ships ashore and made camp. Of the Gellir's crew, 3 men are sitting up around the fire, taking their turn on the watch. 2 of them are quite young, brothers from a farm outside of Fagar, for whom it is their first raid. The other is the fish-eyed sailor, Ollie. "Do you think it's true what Dwerg said about the Hafgufa?" asks the younger brother, Kimby. Ollie leers at him across the fire.
"Are you accusing your skipper of telling lies, boy?"
No, that's not what I...
"He doesn't have to be lying,"
says Kimby's older brother, Geir.
"It sounded to me like he really believes it's out there." "And you think you know better than he does?"
Geir shrugs.
"Seems a bit far-fetched, don't you think? A sea monster that's more than a mile long? If Dwerg says it's what he saw, then it's what he saw."
"Come on," says Geir. "It was his first voyage to Ladiga, and there was a heavy mist over the sea. Everyone knows that if you stare into the fog long enough, you'll start to see things that aren't there. No one else saw it leaping out of the waves."
"Don't let him catch you saying that,"
says Ollie.
"He'll have his knife in your guts before you can even say Hafgufa."
He chuckles.
"Did you hear Arnie's story? About the serpent of Lake Storson? I missed most of it."
The 2 brothers glance at each other uneasily.
"That sounded much more realistic,"
says Geir. "He said the people who live on the lake make a yearly sacrifice to the serpent," says Kimby, "and that he was there when they sacrificed a girl. Her scream was cut short as she was snatched under the water. And then, when he was rowing the lake, he said..."
"No,"
says Geir.
"I don't want to hear that part again."
But Kimby can't resist. "He said he bumped something with his oar."
"Kimby."
"It was the girl's arm, all pink and lumpy, gnawed down to the bone, like a swarm of rats had been nibbling on it through the night. He said the stink of it stung his nostrils for the rest of the day. Rotten eggs, he said it smelled like, even through the water." Geir shivers.
Frigg and Freya.
Ollie is staring at Kimby with his fish eyes.
Then what?
Kimby swallows. He tried using his oar to fish the arm out of the lake, but as he reached out to grab it, he looked down into the water and saw the creature.
Swimming right underneath his boat,
says Gear,
winding through the depths like a snake through the grass.
Brown and scaly like a trout, says Kimby. He spreads his arms. Body thick as a ship's hull, and a yellowish cloud was wafting off it. He thinks that's what made the smell.
Loki,
says Ollie, shuddering. He throws off his fur and stands up from the fire.
Speaking of serpents, I have to piss.
He saunters down to the water, past the longship hauled up on the shore. He pulls up his tunic and pushes down his trousers, and sprinkles his shimmering stream into the waves. There's a change in the wind, and he twists his hips toward the north. It's a warmer breeze from the south, rich with the smells of the woodland and damp, fertile earth. He inhales deeply, thinking of his farm and what he's left there. It's been more than a week since he's been with a woman, and he's been thinking about his bed-slave, Erna, ever since they put off from Fagar. Not in a caring or sentimental way. Rather, the arch of her back as she rocks against him, her soft body filling his rough hands, her quiet moans and gasps, the sweet scent of her sweaty flesh. He shakes himself off and pulls up his pants, but he doesn't go back up to the fire just yet. It aches when he walks. There's a fire in his loins, and that woman doesn't help. Hervor. Princess Hervor, the Jarl's granddaughter. She's sitting up against the rocks, asleep, her lips parted slightly. Her chest heaves with a quiet snore. That dress doesn't hide her figure well, and wouldn't he love to rip it right off her, give her a good squeeze, a good slap, those white legs wrapped around him? His mouth is watering. She must be aching for it, too. Why else would she join a crew of 40 men? She must be waiting for one of them to be a man and make a move. She must be getting impatient. Oh, she must be a hungry slut by now. Yes, that's what she is.
Ollie, what are you doing?
Whispers Gear. Ollie silences him with a dead-eyed glare. Neither of the two brothers has the nerve to challenge their older, larger crewmate. They stand by, holding their breath in the purplish light, as Ollie reaches down to cover the girl's mouth with his hand. But in his excitement, Ollie forgets that the moon is at his back. The woman stirs in the change of light as his shadow falls across her face, and Ollie realizes his mistake, but too late. Her blue eyes snap open. She stares at him in surprise and confusion. Then she understands. Her eyes widen with terror, the way Erna's had the first time he'd took her in his bed. She cringes away, like she's trying to melt into the rocks behind her. Then the color changes in her face, and her petrified expression curdles into enraged disgust. Her hand shoots for her sword, but Ollie's quicker, catching her by the wrist. He mouths an oath as she draws in her breath. He smothers her with his free hand, stifling her scream. A bright flash leaves his ears ringing and his jaw numb. He's surprised at how much strength is in her punch. She hits him again, a thunderclap inside his skull. The third punch comes, but he jerks back and ducks his head, throwing her off balance and using her momentum to roll her over onto her stomach. He's on top of her, pinning her down. She wriggles furiously underneath him, snarling and jerking her face away from his palm. He squeezes his hand tighter over her mouth as she tries to bite him.
Easy, girl,
he whispers, shushing in her ear. Kimby watches the two of them struggling on the pebbly shore. His mouth is dry. His heart is pounding. He's clutching the hilt of his dagger like he's about to intervene, but he's paralyzed, like Gear. Ollie pulls her dress halfway up her back, exposing her white, supple form. Avoiding her butting head and jabbing elbows, he works on getting his trousers down. He leans off her a bit to push them to his knees, not realizing he's allowed her to slip her arm behind her back. She gives him a hard squeeze, like she's crushing a pair of robin's eggs. His high-pitched squeal rips through the camp, and causes the startled crew to leap to their feet with much swearing and confusion. Ollie is doubled over, gasping, his hands between his legs. The woman, Hervor, is headed straight for him with a drawn sword.
Hervor, wait! Don't!
A sudden glimmer sends Ollie's head rolling across the beach. The rest of him smacks against the rocky ground, black ink squirting from his severed neck. Dwerg glares at her in disbelief.
What did you do that for?
Arnie laughs.
I think it's pretty obvious why she did it,
he says. He's still wrapped up in his furs, and is the only man not holding a weapon.
Ollie tried to rape Hervor,
Kimby says quickly.
I saw it. We both did. She was only defending herself.
His heart sinks as he meets Hervor's fierce regard. You saw it? She says acidly. You mean you knittings just sat there and watched as he crept up to me while I was sleeping? Gods. Well, I guess we've all seen your courage. Glad to see you've got my back. Her voice is shaking like she's on the verge of tears. And as for the rest of you, she says, addressing the bewildered crew, if there's anyone else who wants to come up my dress in the middle of the night, she points her sword at Ollie's headless corpse. You can join your friend in Niflheim. No one speaks or makes a move. Fy fan, she croaks, and runs off into the dark.
I told her this would happen,
hisses Dwerg. He turns on the two brothers.
She was right,
he says.
You just stood there watching. Did you stop him? Did you try talking him out of it? You see that mess there? You see that? That's what happens. Now we've lost one of our most seasoned men. How many raids have the two of you been on, How many times have you sailed to Ladiga? Do you speak Finnish? Russ? Ollie did. Loki. I'd make you walk back to Fagar for your cowardice and stupidity if I wasn't so certain you'd die along the way. Couple of blunt knives, you two are. Gods in Asgard.
He shakes his head.
All right, then. Strip him and gather up his belongings. We'll make a cairn for him in the morning before we leave.
Gare and Kimby hang their heads as the rest of the crew heads back to their furs and bedrolls. A few of them grumble oaths and give the two brothers nasty looks. Arnie sucks his teeth as he trudges past them.
I wanted to stop him,
says Kimby.
But you didn't,
says Arnie.
You froze.
Gare heaves a sigh of frustration.
I just don't see why he had to go and do that.
Arnie grins.
It was only a matter of time before someone did. I know I'm not the only one who snuck up behind the rocks to watch her bathing in the sunrise.
Swedish lecher, Kimby says under his breath. Arnie frowns.
So, now you're coming to her rescue?
Kimby winces as Arnie punches him in the arm. Then Arnie glances at Dwerg to be sure he isn't within earshot.
Don't you boys be too hard on yourselves,
he says quietly.
Ollie would have killed you. Then we'd be down 3 good men. We all know it, including Dwerg. He's just angry that Ollie's dead. Pull your weight, and he won't stay mad at you for long. Hervor, on the other hand, is probably going to hate you for a while.
Gare nods understandingly, but Kimby looks particularly discouraged.
However,
says Arnie,
there's another way of looking at it. By staying out of it, you gave her the chance to prove herself. The whole crew watched her chop Ollie's head off. I don't think anyone's going to be too keen to mess with her again.
Chapter 14. The Vig River, Ladiga. Hervor. The sea god Njord has been kind to us, and as we steer out of his realm into the mouth of the Vig River, we sing hymns of thanksgiving for bringing us safely to Ladiga. We're in Finnish territory now, and as we strike the sails and fit the oars, I'm shivering with excitement. Ladiga is a dark green land, smothered in mist and mosquitoes. Dense forests crowd the banks of the river, creeping out over the water. It's an uneasy place. There are no mountains jutting up in the sky to help you keep your bearings, only endless woodland, an impenetrable wilderness full of slurping bogs, and evil spirits. I stare into the groaning trees as I dip my oar into the water. I'm always listening to their hushing whispers, watching for a twitch of some sudden movement in the green depths. Any moment the Finns could be on us, whooping and snapping arrows from the shadows. Have they seen us? Are they watching too? There's a serpent coiling in my stomach, twisting into knots. I have trouble sleeping, even though I'm spent each day from rowing. It doesn't help that the mosquitoes are buzzing in my ears all night, despite the fungus wood we're burning. I've even smeared crushed herbs and bear grease underneath my dress, but I'm still up cursing and slapping my face and neck, and gods in Asgard, I hate the way that smoking fungus smells. It makes my head swim if I sleep too close to the fire.
Loki. And now I have to piss.
I get up and step carefully between the sleeping men. A green luminescence shifts across the trees
as the high fire casts its shimmering glow over the forest.
Someone stirs, and I go very still, so I don't wake him further. He rolls over and starts to snore, and I creep away from the camp, tramping out far enough that no one will be able to see me squatting down and pulling up my dress. I don't need to take anybody else's head off. Ugh, I'm exhausted, and it's my watch in 3 hours, too. If I don't get to sleep by then, I'll be a wreck for tomorrow, and all that rowing. I'm so sore and tired. I shut my burning eyes and rest my face in my hands.
Then, a twig snaps.
Someone else is in the woods. His dark form moves through the trees, and in the flickering green light, I strain to make out who it is.
But a shifting cloud drapes a shadow over him before I get a glimpse at his face.
He's meeting with someone else, and their droning voices drift toward me through the trees. One of them is Skipper Dwerg. I know what this meeting means.
Our scouts have made contact with the Finns.
They found a town or village, and we're going to attack them tomorrow, and the Gellir will be the first ship to land. That's why they're meeting in the middle of the night, to keep the crew from overhearing, so terror doesn't set in. A cold tingle spills into my hands and fingers. I sit at the very front of the ship. I'll be shot up full of arrows before we even strike the shore. I wish I had a shirt of mail. I take a shivering breath and try to calm my hammering heart and the snake squirming in my guts. I can do this. I'm the daughter of Angantyr Arngrimsson, and I can do this. I draw in another deep breath, but it comes as a sharp gasp. The voices stop. Hello?
Is there somebody there?
I clap my trembling hand over my mouth. Get it together. Just get it together. Breathe.
I said, who's there?
It's Dwerg. There's a tension in his voice that betrays his uneasiness, and I know from the movement of their shadows, the two of them are reaching for their swords.
It's Hervor, I pant between breaths.
One of them mutters an oath, and I hear the two of them snickering.
What are you doing, Hervor?
Having a piss. You?
Why are you out of breath?
I'm not. Silence, then more low mumbling.
Hervor, can you come over here?
Asks Dwerg. Just a minute. I breathe in deep and slow, pressing the heels of my palms into my eyes and focusing on the black pool of darkness until I get control of myself. Then I stand up and resituate my dress, but as I stumble toward them through the trees, my fingertips are still prickling with icy numbness. The man Dwerg is speaking with is older, about my grandfather's age, and as I get closer,
I see it's Torvald Terrason,
Borg's chieftain and the leader of the raid. I've met him before a number of times, and when I turned 16 this last Yule,
he's the one who brought Trundi up to Offitfjord.
He smiles wide through his silver beard when he sees me, an eerie thing in the green shifting light.
If it isn't Bjarma's troublesome granddaughter,
he says.
I won't ask what you're doing on the Gellir. It's not my business. I suspect, though, that it may have something to do with your father. Dwerg just told me.
Dwerg watches me with a grim silence, long shadows pawing his face. Yes, I know who my father was.
It's a relief to hear,
says Torvald.
All these secrets and deception. It seemed to me to be unmanly.
It was my opinion, once I heard your mother planned to keep you, that she should have told you who your father was from the beginning, and raised you with that knowledge. I once mentioned this to your grandfather, but he was not of the same mind as me.
Did you know my father, then?
Torvald snorts. Yes, I knew him. He was a rude and nasty savage, and I was glad when Hjalmar killed him. Everybody was.
Not least of all, because your father took Tyrfing to hell with him.
He spits as though the sword's very name is slick with poison.
Midgard is a kinder place without either of them in it.
My voice drops to a snarl. Then it will be less kind.
The old chieftain glances at Dwerg and shrugs against the chill of the night.
You mean to claim it, then?
He shakes his head.
Your great-grandfather must be wailing in his tomb. That sword destroyed your family. Why would you want to go unearth a thing like that?
I roll my eyes. I should have just kept my mouth shut. Perhaps you haven't heard of Tyrfing's power. I'm not afraid of the curse. I'll use it to win many duels and battles and make a great name for myself. Then I'll pass it on to my sons, so they can do the same.
Stupid girl, he says. That's what all your forefathers thought.
But I know you. You're a stubborn woman, and it's pointless trying to convince you otherwise. May the gods be with you, if you live long enough to make it to Samsa Island.
Is that it? You wanted me to come over just to call me stupid and disrespect my family's legacy?
Careful, Hervor,
Dwerg warns.
No,
says Torvald, his smile fading.
I just wanted to know where you stand in regards to Tyrfing.
You see it as some sort of inheritance and intend to go and get it. That's fine. You can do whatever you want. It'll be a long time from now, if it ever happens. But I'm telling you, Hervor, you'd better keep quiet about Tyrfing when we get to Gardariki.
Why?
Torvald folds his arms across his chest. Maybe you didn't know this, but your great-grandfather was king of the Russ. Now, that might bring you fame in other parts, but it won't in Gardariki. Sigrilami was the first to wield Tyrfing, and the Russ remember what those days were like. If you go around bragging about how you're Sigrilami's great-granddaughter, and that you're going to fetch Tyrfing from your father's tomb, it won't be safe for any of us to walk the streets of Holmgard. If you want to boast about how your mother is Svafa Bjarmar's daughter, and that you're the Princess of Lofoten, that's fine. Bjarmar's well liked and has been a good ally to the Russ. But one word about Tyrfing, or Sigrilami, or your grandmother Eifjora, or any of her sons, and you can swim to Samsa Island. Is that clear?
I draw in my breath and manage a quick nod.
Good,
says Torvald, his smile returning.
Then there's nothing to worry about.
What about the Finns?
What about them?
Asks Dwerg. Did the scouts find anything? Dwerg glances at Torvald, and the chieftain nods.
There's a village some miles south,
says Dwerg.
On the lake. We attack at sunrise.
My heart thumps into my throat.
But you keep that to yourself until morning.
I nod quietly, the cold tingle trickling down into my fingers again.
Well, we all better get some sleep, says Torvald. We've got a big day tomorrow. May the Norns let us see the end of it.
But as I stumble back to my bed of furs, I know there'll be no sleep for me. There's a war drum booming in my ears, and as I lie down and stare unblinking up at the green, shifting sky, an invisible giantess presses her foot down on my chest. She's squeezing the air out of my lungs, squishing me slowly into the ground.
Chapter 15 Vig Lake, Ladaga. Hervor.
Stroke! Stroke!
Dwerg screams from the stern. I pitch forward and throw myself back, pulling my oar into my chest in time to the pounding drums. Thunder pulses over the lake. The deep drone of blasting horns is resonating through my bones. The ships on either side of us are racing us to the shore. My back is on fire. My biceps are burning as I pull my oar against the water. Next to me, Arnie's rowing hard. He's grinning as he looks at me and starts to chuckle. What's so funny? Why is he laughing? Then, in his Swedish accent, he calls out a line from a famous poem about the Norns.
Tell me, my son, how would you fight if you knew you would die?
Some men from the nearby ships join us as the crew and I shout back, together, I would strike to the left and strike to the right.
Tell me, my son, how would you fight if you knew you would live?
I would press the attack with all my might.
Then what do you fear?
Nothing. My own voice roars in my throat as we send up a mighty war cry. My heart swells with courage. I'm eager for the fray. I can't wait to jump overboard with my sword in hand, spilling blood and adding glory to my name. Then I hear the hissing overhead. I jump out of my skin as dozens of flaming arrows pelt our ship, thudding into the gunwale and bottom boards. On the ship next to us, one of the men bolts up from his rowing bench, shrieking, his tunic bursting into flames.
Loki, get him overboard,
yells Dwerg.
Find your own crew,
the other skipper hollers back. But two of his men dump their burning crewmate into the lake. His body sizzles as he hits the water. He makes no attempt to swim and floats face down between the gliding ships with an arrow in his back. Gripped with cold terror, I turn around, anxious to see where my death might come from.
Face forward,
Arnie barks.
Keep rowing.
Then the second volley hits us. I yelp as an arrow skips off my oar an inch from my hand. One of the men a few rows ahead slumps out of his seat into the middle of the ship. Dwerg points at him and screams my name.
Hervor!
I stare at him dumbly, my chest constricting, cold water pumping through my veins.
Put his shirt of mail on.
I keep rowing, frozen to my bench.
Hervor, get back here and put it on. Do as he says,
Arnie growls.
And keep your head down.
I lock my oar and stand up. I'm shaking. I can't feel my legs.
Cover her, Arnie.
Swearing under his breath, Arnie locks his oar and takes his shield from the gunwale, then follows me aftward.
Come on, move it, Hervor.
I squat down beside the dead man and unfasten his belt with rattling hands, trying not to look at the gawking eyes or the swollen tongue bulging from the mouth. My fingers are trembling. I can hardly unbuckle his belt. Finally, I get it undone, and I tug the mail shirt over his head. Dwerg raises his shield as another volley comes. Arrows rip into the crew. Sharp cries ring out, and I lose my grip and start to sob. Arnie mutters an oath as flaming shafts plunk and thud into his shield. I pull on the heavy mail shirt, somehow managing a nervous laugh as Arnie points out the damp patch darkening the middle of my skirt.
You couldn't hold it.
One of the older men chuckles.
If she's got to go, she's got to go. Everyone be careful,
announces Arnie over the screaming men and pounding drums.
There's a puddle on the ship. Watch where you step.
Go to hell, I sniff, pulling the sword belt around my waist. He grins.
Valhalla for me,
he says.
But not today. Prepare to land,
shouts Dwerg.
Let's go,
says Arnie. He drags me by the arm back up to the prow, and I can see the Finns waiting for us on the shore. Hundreds of men lined up in shining helms and mail, their yellow shields locked together, ready to drive us back into the lake. Behind them, a second line, mostly women, are knocking arrows on their bows. They're fighting for their families and their homes, only a few feet from where they work and where their children play. There'll be no retreat for them. They'll die standing their ground.
Ready in 5, 4.
The crew locks their oars and my mouth turns to ash as I adjust Ollie's helm on my head and snatch his shield off the gunwale.
3, 2.
I draw Asger's sword and glance at Arnie breathing slowly through his lips, his axe in hand.
1.
Oh gods, here we go. My heart thumps as I leap over the side. The cold water steals my breath. I slosh toward the shore, holding my shield up and out.
aching spasms shooting through my wrist and shoulder as arrows bite hard into the wood. The others are with me, charging through the shallows. Their shouts are roaring in my ears. The man next to me goes down with a splash. We rush out of the water and up the muddy shore. My vision narrows on the yellow shield straight ahead. Steel flashes in the sun, the Finns raising their swords and axes to cut me down. I raise my sword too, and a wild yell rips from my throat. I slam into the shield wall. Blasting thunder, a high-pitched ringing in my ears. Then quiet. So much movement, not a sound. Men pile up behind me, pushing me forward like a strong wave, squeezing me against the yellow shields. Too tight. Can't swing my blade. They're crushing me, dragging me under. Spraying scarlet stings my eyes, but suddenly there's room to move. I jab my sword over the yellow shields. I strike the air, then glance off something hard. I thrust again. Soft flesh. I twist the blade and give a hard push with my shield. There's a hitch in my breath. Pink mist clouds my vision as the craving awakes. With a massive surge of strength, I barge between the yellow shields, shrieking like a burning witch. My sword arm rising, falling, slashing wide. The crunch of bone, steel slicing tender meat, hot splashes on my face. The rest is all a crimson blur. I wake up to the smell of smoke, face down in the mud. I'm too weak to move. I must have spent myself completely. A woman wails in the distance. My eyes are clotted shut and I can't open them. With tremendous effort, I manage to get up on my hands and knees, choking on thick smoke. I pick the crusted globs of blood and dirt out of my eyelashes, shielding my face from the sweltering heat of the burning village. The shore is littered with bodies, like seaweed washed up on the beach. More are floating in the pink water between the ships. A few men stagger along them in the firelight, their red knives glimmering as they pick among the dead. There's movement among the slain, then a flash of steel and a sharp cry. Some ways off, Kimby is sobbing over his brother Gear, urging him to get up. But Gear won't be getting up again. Not in this world. More wailing beyond the roaring flames. Skipper Dwerg and a couple other men are marching a line of children down toward the ships. They're all tethered together on a rope. Their faces are pale with terror and streaked with tears. Then my heart stops. Heydrich? But as I look again, it's just a frightened Finnish boy. A boy who, without a doubt, has just watched us kill his father. A boy who will spend the rest of his life as a thrall, serving the Russ. Arnie comes tramping out of the woods with another man, his blood-caked axe resting on his shoulder. His head and face are smeared with black, and when he grins, his teeth look very white. He and the other man are laughing. Seeing Arnie cheers me up a little. I'm glad I won't have to look at his empty seat while I'm rowing up the river. Then I notice the blonde hair flowing from the Finnish scalps tucked into his belt. The sight of them makes my stomach flip, but I should take some too, before the others get them all. I reach for the sacks on my hip, but pause as Arnie points to something I can't see. The other man laughs even harder. This Finnish girl comes tearing out from behind one of the blazing houses. One of the Fagar boys is chasing after her. She's sprinting straight for the lake, and I feel sick because I know why. But she never makes it to the water. Arnie sticks out his foot and sends her face first into the mud. The Fagar boy dives right on top of her, and I can't resist a little smirk as the two men split their guts with laughter. Then I'm holding my breath as he pushes her skirt up past her hips. The girl shrieks, clawing the mud, but the boy cries out as Arnie twists his ear. He points down to the lake where the children are being lifted up onto the ships, then jabs his thumb back toward the tree line. Begrudgingly, the boy yanks the girl up by the hair, and I dig my nails into my palms as he drags her off into the woods. I hedge my heart with thorns. This is who I am now. This is what I came for. Arnie waves to me, then stoops down to pick up something from the mud.
Hervor,
he says, grinning.
Look, I found you something.
I stagger across the bodies toward him, and Arnie holds out a loop of braided leather on his finger. It's the girl's Cranson.
I'd say you've earned this,
he says. I think your father would be proud." He winks, then gives me a hard punch on the shoulder. "And Angantir's daughter," he says. "If you're going to go berserk like that again, let me know so I can keep out of your way."
Chapter 16. Worms, Burgundy. Bells are ringing out over the rooftops. King Gunther has married again. By royal decree, all work has ceased for 7 days of revelry and feasting. There's music in the air, and people are dancing in the streets. Acrobats and fire-breathers marvel the crowds in every square. Children bicker over who will play King Gunther as they reenact his feat of strength and courage. Beer and wine are flowing from an endless fount, and from the richest lord to the poorest beggar, Burgundian bellies are swelling with harvest corn and roast pork so tender it's slipping off the bone. The trees are in the peak of their fall brilliance, and the city is a blaze of color. The walls of every temple have been washed red with blood to bless the royal newlyweds. Banners flutter from windows and clotheslines in patriotic display. Every girl in Worms has braided her hair with green and blue ribbons to welcome Queen Brunhilde. In honor of King Gunther, the men have all pinned their sleeves with patches of pink and yellow cloth. A parade of ships is rowing up the Rhine, their riggings fluttering with Burgundian and Icelandic flags, their gunwales lined with vibrant shields of every color and design. The oarsmen of every ship have painted their faces, and as each vessel passes under the shadow of Gunther's palace, loud shouts of celebration rise up from the crew. In the great hall, chieftains, kings, and warlords from all over Europe have gathered to pay homage to the man of the hour. Rumors of the deed spread quickly, but few who heard it could believe such a ridiculous lie. Gunther, defeating anyone in a contest of strength, was a preposterous notion, let alone Brunhilde, the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland. Absurd. Then the heralds had gone out, traveling as far north as Offitfjord and as far east as Arhamar, to invite pagan kings and noblemen to the wedding. And now Gunther and his new bride are being showered with gifts by a host of flabbergasted barbarians, none of whom can help but gawk at Brunhilde's height, beauty, and goddess-like physique. Spoken or unspoken, all of them agree this woman would only yield to the greatest of champions. And no matter what else has been said about him, if Brunhilde, the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland, would devote her loyalty to Gunther, then surely he will be the one to unite Germanic tribes and drive the Romans back across the Alps. Gunther is in his element. A room full of important men and potential allies. He's everywhere at once, thanking this lord or that chief for coming, calling for more wine for the Alani king, taking up a wooden sword to swashbuckle with 3 young Fandel princes on his way to the next table, sliding in between 2 Saxon warlords to recruit them to his cause, and sitting down with his former father-in-law, King Vortigern, to discuss possible stratagems to employ against the Romans. At the high table, Sigurd stares glumly into his cup of wine. There's a pit in his stomach, and merely being in this crowded room is exhausting him. So many voices talking over each other, all mashed together into one loud noise. So many faces and names to remember, all of them important. He'd like nothing better than to slip away by himself and find somewhere to lie down, but he doesn't dare leave Gunther on his own. A clamp tightens around his skull. He hasn't made his speech yet. He scowls, rubbing his temples, as a Suebi chieftain spews beer out his nose as Gunther delivers the punchline to a joke over his shoulder. At his left, on the other side of Gunther's empty throne, one of the 12 stern-faced but exceptionally beautiful Icelandic shield maidens leans in toward Brunhilde. "Your husband is well liked, my lady. He seems very popular among the Germanic tribes." "Yes," says Brunhilde. "Look at how hard he is working to gather allies to bolster his forces against the Romans, even on our wedding day. It seems his energy has no bounds. Ah," she sighs, "I can't wait until tonight to be at the center of his attention." "He is a man of great charisma," says the first girl, blushing a little. "And very handsome, my lady," says another, still watching the Burgundian king. "Very handsome indeed," says a third. "And wealthy. Just look at his palace." All the shield maidens nod in agreement, and Brunhilde twists a golden braid between her fingers, grinning exuberantly. "It's Roman," she says. "The whole city is. Did you know he was only 12 years old when he seized it from them and settled his people here?" Sigurd rolls his eyes and waves a hornet away from Gunther's plate. It was an exaggeration. Gunther's father had meticulously planned the attack months in advance and had personally overseen all the preparations. At least Brunhilde hasn't begun to suspect anything, yet. A small hand touches his arm.
"Sigurd, is everything all right?"
asks the tiny brown-haired girl sitting next to him.
"Are you nervous about your speech?"
Princess Gertrud looks particularly small in the humongous throne. She's a frail creature, with a pale face scattered with the odd freckle, and brown eyes that are always partially closed. Despite having attractive parents, the girl is quite plain. Her teeth are not as white and perfect as her father's, nor does she have his charm and charisma. Neither did the gods gift her with the luscious hair of her mother, her tantalizing figure, or her sultry green eyes. However, what Gertrud did inherit is Gunther's cunning smile and sharp intellect, and her mother Rowena's predisposal to ecstatic visions. Sigurd shakes his head. "Your father is giving me an ulcer."
"Why?"
"Just his usual business." "He really hasn't told you?"
She coughs weakly into her small fist.
"No, I don't know what you're talking about."
"I'll tell you someday. Perhaps once we're married, if the issue hasn't made itself grotesquely apparent by that point."
"How I do look forward to that day,"
Gertrud says.
3 years is too long to wait to be your wife."
He smiles and puts his very large hand on her very small hand.
"It will come sooner than you think. Perhaps now that we're betrothed, it would be all right if you brought your maids down to Santon and stayed for a month or two. I could set you up in my mother's old chambers. They're quite spacious, and every inch is cedar."
She blushes a little.
"Oh, I'd like that."
"Would you? Good. I'll speak to your father about it."
Gunther, apparently done socializing for the moment, comes around the table and kisses Gertrud on the head on the way to his seat.
"Are you going to give your speech now, Sigurd?"
he says.
"Everyone's eager to get on with the dancing."
"Oh, will you dance with me, Sigurd?"
asks Gertrud.
Yes, of course,"
he says absently, butterflies fluttering in his stomach as he fumbles for the crumpled parchment. His heart racing, he takes a deep breath and strengthens his resolve, but just as he gathers the courage to stand up, Gunther shoves him back in his chair.
"I know. I'll introduce you."
Gertrud gasps.
"Father, you can't. You're the bridegroom."
"Oh, pish. I'm the king, and it's my wedding, and I can do whatever I please."
He scoops up his goblet and swoons backward to exchange an enamored glance with Brunhilde.
"And Sigurd's no good at getting up and speaking before large crowds of people. He needs an introduction."
Gunther's eyes bulge as Brunhilde fondly squeezes his left hand.
"I say,"
he squeaks. He gasps as she releases his crippled appendage. "What was that, dear?" But Gunther quickly drains the goblet and gestures for the servant to fill it up again.
"Gunther, you should slow down,"
says Sigurd.
"You must keep your wits about you." "My wits are always about me." "Yes, I know they are. I just think that with so many lords and chieftains here, and also with, it would be wise to be cautious, and perhaps not drink so much wine. You don't want to do or say anything that might—"
Gunther rolls his eyes.
"Why don't you start drinking, Sigurd, so you can relax and enjoy my wedding instead of hovering over me? You wouldn't be nervous about getting up in front of everyone, you know. I'm not hovering. I'm not nervous. Gunther clinks his spoon against his goblet. Everyone, if I could have your attention for a brief moment.
The commotion dies down, and several hundred wedding guests turn to face the table of honor. Sigurd's heart throbs in his throat.
Now, my daughter has just informed me, says Gunther, that it is unusual for the bridegroom to act as his own master of ceremony. But I wanted to say a few words before Prince Sigurd here gets up and says his speech. Now, most of you know of Sigurd. You've heard of him. You've heard the stories of how he's charged like a mastodon into the Romans' ranks and driven off whole legions by himself, with only the legendary sword Balmung and his unrivaled Samsonite strength.
One of the shield maidens frowns and leans forward to whisper in her mistress's ear. Did he say unrivaled? Surely without Balmung, Sigurd would be no match for your husband, my lady.
Of course not, Brunhilde replies. My Gunther would squash him if it weren't for Balmung. He's exaggerating, playing him up for the guests. He's terrified of public speaking. Didn't you hear Gunther say?
The shield maiden snickers as she meets Sigurd's glance. What a silly fellow. Still, it does seem strange to have two heroes of unearthly might in the same place.
Oh, I don't think so, says Brunhilde, smiling defensively. Stranger things have happened. Some of what you've heard seems like legend, hearsay to boost our morale and terrify the Romans. Well, continues Gunther, swilling his goblet, ignorant of the women whispering behind him. Today I'd like to confirm, as an eyewitness, that every bit of those stories is completely true. In fact, the events have even been downplayed in order to make them more believable. I mean, this man, this champion,
Gunther claps Sigurd on the shoulder and takes a gulp from the goblet,
is such a formidable warrior that if Achilles, nay, if both Hercules and Achilles stormed into this hall right now and wrestled Balmung from his grasp, he would still overpower them both by the strength of his mighty biceps and hurl them right back out the door.
Now Brunhilde is frowning too.
Gunther,
whispers Sigurd.
What are you doing? You're supposed to be stronger than me, remember? Shush, shush, shush. I'm not finished, Sigurd,
says Gunther, taking another drink of wine.
And in combat, I cannot tell you personally how often he has saved my own life. How many times were the two of us left alone on the misty battlefield, after the last of our men had fled to safety, the sky dark as night from the smoke of burning crops and villages, and 10,000 Roman legionaries advancing upon us. Boom, cla, and he and I, thinking nothing of ourselves, only of granting time for our troops to flee, standing back to back, swords in hand, bloodied and weary from the day, and I, thinking it was to be our end, that we would be overwhelmed, captured, tortured, and executed at the hands of the Romans, prayed to the gods to die valiantly and be worthy of Valhalla. But Sigurd, in his grim and austere way, says to me, "Fear not, Gunther. Even if the whole 10,000 come upon us, the Norns willing, I shall cut them down and make way for your escape." That's enough, Gunther.
Sigurd hisses anxiously, stealing another glance at Brunhilde, whose eyes have turned cold. But his friend pays him no heed.
No, you will not find such loyalty, courage, and might in any other man. Even in Iceland, on the summit of Mount Hindfjall, he was there for me. For without his help, I could not have tamed the Valkyrie queen and brought her back to be my wife.
Sigurd claps his hand over his face.
So here he is, the best friend any man could have, the hero of the Rhine, the vicious, the impetuous, the insurmountable Sigurd of Santen.
A great number of chieftains start pounding their fists on the table.
A Danish Jarl and his huskarls blow their horns. King Vortigern raises his mug of beer, crying,
"Hear, hear!"
Princess Gertrude claps vigorously as she beams up at her betrothed. And Brunhilde's half-giant cousin, Prince Hofund, cups his hand to his mouth and is soon joined by everyone in the hall as he chants, "Sigurd! Sigurd!" Gunther smugly raises his brow and invites his friend to stand. Amidst the applause, no one notices that Brunhilde isn't smiling. The cheering dies down as Gunther takes his seat, and Sigurd uncrumples his speech with trembling hands. His knees are tingling.
Thank you, everyone. Lords and kings of Europe. I'd like to begin with... "Speak up, Sigurd,"
cries King Vortigern.
"Sigurd, you're mumbling,"
whispers Gunther.
"Sorry,"
says Sigurd a little louder. His voice is beginning to shake. He stares down at the speech in his sweaty hands and clears his throat.
"I would like to begin with a poem I've written in honor of the new couple."
Chapter 17. That night, once most of the wedding guests have drunken themselves into an impenetrable slumber, Gunther, now dressed in his pink pajama coat, sleepy with wine and grinning stupidly, retires to the bridal bedchambers. As he nears the end of the path of white rose petals, one of the palace guards summons out the 12 Icelandic shield maidens with a knock on the big oak doors. They file out into the halls without a giggle or a whisper. The first of them, whom he vaguely remembers is Brunhilde's head shield maiden, or first lady-in-waiting, or whatever she calls her, hangs a wreath of white flowers around his neck as he sways back and forth, and without smiling says, "Good luck, sire. Be gentle."
"I shall be most gentle,"
he says as they hurry off to the servants' quarters. Then he turns to the guards.
"You are dismissed."
"I'm afraid not, sire," replies the guard on his right, his gaze fixed straight ahead into the darkness of the hall.
"What do you mean? I've dismissed you. You're free to go. Or did you intend to stay here and eavesdrop on the nuptial doings?"
He chuckles deviously. Then, even with so much wine pulsing in his cheeks and fogging up his mind, it occurs to him that they are fully armed and on high alert.
"No, sire. We've received a tip that there may be an attempt on your life by one of the tribal lords, sire." "Oh, really? Is that so? Who gave you this tip?"
The 2 sentries remain silent.
"Your king asked you a question. Wait. No, I know who tipped you off. It was Sigurd, wasn't it?"
The guards shift uncomfortably.
"And he made you swear not to tell me. Unbelievable. That scoundrel. Get out of here. Go guard the treasury or Princess Gertrude or some cart by the road. Go, before I strip you of your rank and station."
Gunther shakes his head as they clamber off into the dark, then opens the big oak doors and shuts them quietly behind him. Brunhilde is reclining provocatively on the immense bed, wearing nothing but a polar bear skin. Her golden hair is loose, curling down over her naked shoulders. She paws the bedsheets with her bare foot.
"Gunther, at last."
Pink heat swells in his cheeks, all sense of intoxicated drowsiness now rallied into excitement and youthful vigor.
"Yes,"
he says,
"at last. You should not have made me wait so long. I have been aching for my husband since you left me on Mount Hindfjall. I am sorry, my love. A king's time is not his own. Hurry, ravish me." "I shall."
"Quickly." He pounces on the bed, and with one hand in her hair and the other on her hip, he seizes her and kisses her deeply. But as he slips his tongue between her lips, she turns away.
"Oh, Gunther, I want to feel your power.
I want to be helpless against the might of your body. Conquer me again as you did on the summit of the Hindfjall.
What?
Suddenly, the bedchamber flips upside down, and Brunhilde is on top of him, holding down his hands, no longer wrapped in the polar bear skin. His heart pounds in his throat as he drinks in the sight of her. He tries to wriggle from her grasp, but his hands are encased in stone, and as the passion cools in her eyes, his excitement turns to panic.
Brunhilde!
I knew it. I thought there was something fishy about you. To his relief, she backs off the bed and turns away from him as she covers herself again in the polar bear skin.
You're not the man who won me. I don't know what to tell you, my dear. I am King Gunther of the Burgundians. It was King Gunther who conquered you on Mount Hindfjall, and it was King Gunther to whom you said your marriage vows. I am your husband.
How can you be my husband? You are a weakling. He wiggles his fingers at his side, the gears of his sharp mind whirling.
You're right, he says. I have only the strength of the average man. I conquered you with wit and magic.
You tricked me somehow. You cheated.
Well, I don't know about cheated. I merely used the resources that were at my disposal in the most viable way to ensure my triumph.
But the trials were supposed to be tests of strength.
And I used what strengths I have. That is what a king does, what a man does. There is no reason for you to be upset, my love. I rescued you from that volcano, and brought you back here to become my wife and live in happiness with me. Come, let us lose ourselves in passion.
But Brunhilde is trembling. How could I have any passion for a man such as yourself? She says. Not only are you incredibly weak, but you are an underhanded, lying, deceitful, wicked little coward. You have shamed me. You have dishonored the sacred traditions of my ancestors. The thunder in her voice rattles the bedchambers, and Gunther remembers Sigurd's concern for his safety. He slips down off the other side of the bed and begins to move in as if to console her, his true intention to get closer to the door.
Brunhilde, I'm so sorry you feel this way. I never meant to hurt you or dishonor your ancestors. I just so longed to have you as my wife.
You fool, she says darkly. Such was the desire of so many champions before you, who, for their failure, I cast down to their fiery doom. If that is how I dealt with those who sought to claim me in fairness, how much greater shall my wrath be unto he who would claim me through treachery and deceit? He gulps.
Well.
With a squeal, he bolts for the big oak doors and wrenches them open, only to have them crash shut again. Brunhilde glares at him, her eyes cold with hate, her arms slapped across the doors, barring his escape. Where do you think you're going, worm? You think you can get out of what's coming to you? He backs away, nervously.
Let's talk about this.
Why? That's all you do. Talk, talk, talk. And trick people. He wishes now that he hadn't dismissed the guards.
What do you intend to do? You cannot kill me. Even with your strength, you'll never leave Worms alive.
No, she says, sauntering towards him. I won't. Pottery rattles as he backs up into a table stand in the corner of the room. There's a window several feet to his right. The 5-story plunge into the Rhine might not kill him if he can throw himself out before she reaches him. On the other hand, he might be jumping out the window right into hell.
So, he says meekly, you don't intend to kill me then?
His blood rises again, intensified by the thrill of peril,
as the polar bear skin slips to the floor. "No," she says. "I will let you live." He holds his breath as she steps in close and reaches for the belt of his burgundy pajama coat. "I will keep you as my plaything, my pet, to tease and torment." His temples are throbbing as she loosens the knot and draws the belt very slowly out of his pajama coat. That sounds utterly excruciating," he says. "But I deserve to be punished. I've been very, very bad." She slides her hands over his bare chest and up over his shoulders, causing his pajama coat to drop around his ankles. "Yes," she says. "You need to be punished." She looks up at him as she sinks to her knees. Punish me." Suddenly, the floor shoots out from under him and slams into his back. A dull ache floods his chest and kidneys. The ceiling is spinning. Before he can cough, an incredibly strong hand rolls him onto his stomach, pressing his face into the cold stone floor. "Ouch!" he squawks. "Brunhilde!" She snatches him by the wrists and pulls his arms behind his back, and using the belt of his pajama coat, hog-ties his hands to his ankles. With an awkward movement, he shifts himself over onto his side. "Untie me, please. This is very uncomfortable." She grins cruelly as she squats down in front of him and pats him on the head. "Sleep well, husband." "You can't just leave me like this. I could become paralyzed." Brunhilde shrugs and clothes herself with Gunther's pink pajama coat. "You should have thought of that before you deceived me." "Can I at least have a pillow?" "No." Gunther clamps his jaw. "What if I have to use the chamber pot?" "I guess you'll have to hold it." "For the whole night?" "Yes." "Oh, come on!" Brunhilde pulls back the bedsheets and sits down with a yawn. "Oh, Gunther, I'm so tired. It's been such a long day. I'm going to bed." Gunther scowls. "I hope you wake up with a kink in your neck." "I'm not the one who'll wake up with a kink in my neck," she says. "Good night, Gunther." She blows out the candle, and in the dark, Gunther swears foully as he attempts to shift himself into a more comfortable position. Chapter 18. Sigurd slumps into Gunther's chair. The two of them are alone in Gunther's study. "But this is fantastic news." "How?" cries Gunther, slamming his hand down on the huge oak desk. "I've never been so humiliated in my entire life." "So what? You're alive, aren't you? And your arms and legs are still attached? Praise the gods it turned out so well." He turns toward the desk and starts to pour himself a goblet of wine from a silver flagon. "Let's drink a toast to your health, and to the secret finally being out in the open. Ah, the stress has been eating me alive." "No, thank you, Sigurd. No. No, help yourself. You barely had a drop yesterday at the wedding because you were too busy worrying and fussing around, spreading rumors among the guards about a possible attempt on my life. There could have easily been one. And now, after I tell you about how last night went, all you want to do is drink and celebrate. It's almost as if you're happy about it." "I am happy about it, Gunther. This whole situation could have been much, much worse." "I'm not able to consummate my marriage, Sigurd." Sigurd shrugs. "That's not such a large matter. No one will ever know. And if word ever does get out, you could just say it's a Josephite marriage, like the Christians sometimes have. Or you could say you're abstaining from material pleasures to rightly order yourself. Everyone would think you're very progressive." "You're not understanding me, Sigurd. I don't want to have a Josephite marriage, and I don't want to abstain from material pleasures. I want to have a normal marriage, like my last one, where I can actually sleep with my wife."
Sigurd frowns as he swills his cup of wine.
I thought you married her for fame.
To bring in allies to help us fight the Romans. If I'd known you merely wanted to sleep with Brunhilde, the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland, I'd never have gone along with any of this. Yes, I 3/4 did it for the fame. The other quarter I did it so I could sleep with Brunhilde, the Valkyrie Queen of Iceland. Well, if she doesn't want to, perhaps if you try winning over one of the shield maidens, they might be able to bring her around. Bah, I'm not fussing around with that sort of nonsense. I suppose you could always divorce her quietly. It's not likely she'd contest it. And just how am I supposed to divorce her quietly, Sigurd? I'm the King of Burgundy. And besides, why would I do that? That would just be undoing everything we've accomplished up till now. You're right. You'd probably be even less famous than you were before. Ugh, no, that isn't going to happen. Well, I'm sorry the marriage has turned out to be a disappointment. You're just giving up? Sigurd takes a sip of wine. Yes. Well, I'm not. By frig, I'm going to have my way with that woman if it's the end of me. My honor must be restored. What are you going to do? Gunther taps his chin. Yes. What to do. He snaps his fingers. Ah! Why don't you have a word with her, Sigurd? Sigurd tries to hide a smirk. Gunther, I'm really not sure I'm the best one to convince her. Why not? Just go in there and, rough her up a bit. Rough her up a bit? Just a bit. Sigurd sets down his drink. Did you bump your head? No. Then say, tie her up. What do you mean? To the bed, Sigurd. What? Then you come out, I go in, and there it is. Sigurd gets up from the desk and starts to leave. No, absolutely not. There is no way I am doing that. What? Why? It would be easy for you. It's not about whether it's easy for me. You're asking me to beat up your wife and tie her down so you can rape her. It's hardly rape, Sigurd. We're married. It is so rape. Gunther shrugs. I suppose some people might consider it to be a light form of rape, but it's not like a brutal, violent rape, like when you sack a town. It's just like telling a white lie. That's all it is. Except for the part where it's rape. Would you stop saying that? It's such an ugly word. It's supposed to be an ugly word. Yes, I know, but that's what I'm saying. What we're talking about isn't really rape. It's more like doing it with a drunk girl. That could be considered rape, too. Well, that's just my point, Sigurd. It could be, but it isn't really, is it? Sigurd opens his mouth to argue, then brushes the matter aside. I'm not even discussing this with you. I'm leaving, right now. Fine, go then, says Gunther, pouring himself a goblet of wine. But with all due respect, Sigurd, we are talking about a woman who would only marry a man once he had overpowered her with brute strength. To be fair, she'll probably love it. It will probably be the greatest thrill of her life. Sigurd sighs as he opens the door. I tell you what, we'll go right now together and ask her if she'd like it. If she says yes, I'll help you. Well, that would defeat the purpose if we asked her, wouldn't it? Says Gunther, sipping from his goblet. Anyway, where are you off to? Lunch. I haven't eaten breakfast because I was so worried the maids would find you in pieces. And now I'm starving. Oh, yes, they're serving the corn and roast pork down in the hall. You know, from the wedding feast. Yes, from the wedding feast. Are you coming? No, says Gunther sadly, twisting his hands around the goblet. I'll be here, alone, drowning my sorrows, by myself. Angrily, Sigurd turns around. You're trying to manipulate me, Gunther, and I can see right through it. Well, I'll not be fooled. Not this time. There's no way I'll go along with this. This is the worst plan you've ever had.
Chapter 19. Reluctantly, Sigurd approaches the bridal bedchambers, clutching 4 strips of silk in his right hand. He stops and shifts his eyes between the 2 confused sentries, who hesitantly cross their spears in front of the big oak doors.
Prince Sigurd, says the guard on his right, these are the queen's bedchambers. We cannot permit your entry. Nor should you. I am not the queen's husband.
The 2 guards glance at each other, then back to him.
Then state your business, lord,
says the man on his left.
I am sent by your king,
he says.
The assassin who was to strike last night was foiled when he saw the 2 of you were stationed here, on high alert. But the king dismissed us. Indeed, it was part of our plan to inspire confidence in the assassin. Now he knows that when the bridal bedchambers are unguarded, the king is alone with his wife, vulnerable to attack.
May it never be.
We shall die most gruesomely before we allow such a thing to happen.
Sigurd raises a finger.
Ah, but you shall allow it. You see, we now have a unique opportunity to lure the assassin into capture.
He holds up the strips of silk.
I will dismiss you. Then I will go in and wait with the queen for the assassin to come. If he shows himself, I will overpower him with brute strength, bind him with these strips of silk, then turn him over to be tortured and executed.
Why silk, lord?
Wouldn't you have some chains or coarse rope to detain the assassin? Silk just seems like what you'd use for tying up a lady. Clearly, you don't know of silk's magic,
says Sigurd.
Who knows what manner of sorceries an assassin may employ in the murder of a great king? Ropes, chains, can be broken, cut, even spoken loose if you know the words. Your former queen, Rowena, had a deep knowledge of such things.
The 2 huskarls shift uneasily.
But silk is immune to all such charms,
says Sigurd.
Even Fenrir, the wolf of Ragnarok, when bound by silk, could not free himself. We cannot take any chances. Once the assassin is within our grasp, we must be sure he is unable to escape. Very good.
But, Prince Sigurd, says the guard on his right,
I see you do not have Balmung with you. No, I have left Balmung with the king, that he may defend himself. My hands will be sufficient to subdue the intruder.
Most certainly they will.
Are you going to hurt him very badly? Very badly, yes. He will wish he had not been born.
Perfect. Give him some from us.
He nods. Well, I better dismiss you then.
Yes, sir.
The 2 sentries start to march off from their post,
but Sigurd holds up his hand.
The shield maidens.
Ah, yes. Right you are, Prince Sigurd.
The man on the right knocks 3 times on the big oak doors.
The 12 shield maidens file out into the hall, beautiful but stern, until they see Sigurd waiting there instead of their lady's husband. There's a gasp or 2, and some whispering. Several of them glance between themselves in bewilderment, before scurrying off to the servants' corridors. The first shield maiden to the Icelandic queen, whose name he remembers is Birta, is the last to come out. She looks up at him with a smirk, but says nothing as she hurries after the others. He waits until the shield maidens are out of sight, then dismisses the guards with a nod. In her chambers, Brunhilde is sitting propped up on the bed. She's wearing a pink nightgown of the same style as Gunther's pink pajama coat, and her attention is focused on the embroidery hoop on her lap. "Did you find you slept better on the floor, husband?" she asks without looking up, as she pokes the needle and thread through the taut fabric.
I'm not...
Brunhilde starts, as when she sees it's him, then frowns.
Sigurd? What are you... Guards.
I've dismissed them, he says grimly.
What do you mean you've dismissed them? They're my guards.
He looks at the floor, thinking about what to say. He should say something. She cocks her head to one side.
What are you doing here, Sigurd?
She folds her arms across her chest and adjusts her nightgown so it covers her a little more.
Well, are you going to explain yourself? I'm here to...
He can't bring himself to say it. Not to her face. Cold sweat forms on his forehead. He's filled with shame.
And what is that you have in your hand?
She sets her embroidery aside and gets up from the bed.
Is it a gift? Is that a gift for me? Because if it is, this is really not how you should have gone about it. It's not a gift.
She throws up her hands.
Then why, Sigurd, are you here? You've dismissed my guards. You've summoned out my girls. The two of us are alone together in my private bedchambers, which we shouldn't be. You obviously came here for some reason or another, and I'd like to know what it is. You're making me uncomfortable.
He hangs his head. He wishes she hadn't said that.
Hold on. Wait a minute, she says. Did Gunther send you? Yes, he did.
Why?
I think you know.
He told you, did he?
Yes.
And you're supposed to what? Have a talk with me? Because that's been a disaster so far. She glances again at the strips of silk clenched in his fist.
I don't know, Sigurd. What? Rough me up a bit and tie me to the bed?
He nods, hating himself as the color drains from her face.
Really? That's why you're here?
The corner of her mouth twitches as she takes a step away from him.
Yes. Sigurd, she says, pointing her finger at him. I know that you have exceptional strength, but you were there at Mount Hindfjall. You know that I have the blood of giants, and you witnessed my might firsthand. I recall the astonishment on your face as you watched our trials. Now I'm warning you, Sigurd, if you lay a hand on me, I swear to Frigg I will rip your arms off your body.
He shakes his head.
That isn't likely. Sigurd, you back up.
He takes a step toward her.
I'm warning you, Sigurd.
Another step. Sigurd keels over, bellowing like a dying bull as she slams her fist into his stomach. Then she's behind him, driving her knee into his spine as she wrenches his arms back by the wrists. Cartilage is popping. His skin is stretching at the shoulders. Hissing and snorting with exertion, he can feel the veins bulging on his forehead as he pulls against her with all his might.
Sigurd,
grunts Brunhilde as her strength begins to falter.
How is this possible?
Then, with a vicious shout, Sigurd hurls her over his back and sends her crashing into the corner table stand where she collapses like a doll amidst a mess of shattered pottery.
Get up,
he says, standing over her with his fists drawn.
I know you aren't finished yet.
But Brunhilde shakes her head as she stares up at him in awe.
I yield,
she says.
What? Come on. I know there's more fight in you than that.
No, she says, looking past him to the bed.
I yield to my husband.
Sigurd awkwardly lowers his fist.
What are you saying? I won't need to tie you down for Gunther then?
No, Sigurd. I mean you.
How am I your husband? You just married Gunther yesterday. Not me. Gunther.
Perhaps he should have taken greater care to use a limited portion of his strength.
But it was you who conquered me on Mount Hindfjall. Somehow you and Gunther. I don't know how you did it, but it was you who won me. I know it was. Yes, fine. It was me. Gunther and I switched shapes with Rowenna's magic, and I beat you at all the trials.
And so, you are my rightful husband. Sigurd clenches his fists.
No, Gunther is your husband. You married him yesterday. You stood before Freya's altar and swore oaths of marriage to Gunther, and put on a ring of oath-binding, which he presented to you on his ancestral sword. And the two of you clasped hands before all the gods and a host of witnesses as the shaman took a fir branch and sprinkled you and everyone present with the blood of 500 sacrifices. So stop saying I'm your husband.
Brunhilde shrugs.
You really think the gods care about who's married to who? I think they care about keeping oaths and being true to your word.
Well, I swore my oaths under false pretenses. I thought I was actually marrying you, but with Gunther's face. Now that I understand the situation, it's quite simple. I'll just divorce Gunther and marry you.
You're forgetting that in 3 years, I'm going to marry Princess Gertrud.
If she hasn't withered away by then. Sigurd, please. That pale little thing?
You can't be serious. And why shouldn't I be?
He asks defensively.
I happen to be quite fond of Gertrud.
Brunhilde's face changes as a sudden competitiveness comes over her.
Do you really expect that sickly creature to be able to please you as a woman? Of course she could. She's just as much of a woman as you are.
Color flushes into Brunhilde's cheeks. But just think of how much more I could please you, she says, unfastening the belt of her pink nightgown.
What are you doing? Stop that.
She grins deviously and takes a step toward him.
Don't you want to see my body?
No, I don't.
Oh, Loki's children,
he cries, looking up at the ceiling as her nightgown slips to the floor. She throws her arms around his neck and tilts her head up as if to kiss him.
Make love to me, Sigurd,
she whispers.
I want to feel your powerful body. Enough of this.
He ducks out of her embrace and, snatching her by the elbow, spins her around away from him.
Oh, Sigurd,
will you take me from—
No,
he shouts, quickly tying the first strip of silk to her wrist.
I'm tying you to the bed.
Yes, tie me down. He snarls and hurls her onto the bed, then climbs on top of her and pins down her arms as he lashes her wrist to the bedpost.
Yes, overpower me, Sigurd. Oh!
She arches her back and presses herself against him. Her scent is inebriating. Sigurd reaches for her other arm. Brunhilde wraps her legs around him and pulls him closer, teasing his earlobe with the tip of her tongue as she rocks against him.
Don't you see how much I want you, Sigurd?
I can feel how much you want me as well.
Stop it. You are Gunther's wife.
No, Sigurd. I am yours. Yours to do with as you please.
No.
Finished with her arms, he moves to the foot of the bed to tie her legs. He looks away as she spreads her knees apart.
I'm ready for you, Sigurd.
I'm burning for you. Of the trials he's faced with this woman, this is by far the most difficult and the most perilous. Grabbing her ankle, he drops out of view over the foot of the bed and reaches behind his head to tie her ankle to the post. His breath is quivering. One more. He's nearly done. He crawls to the final bedpost and reaches up for her other leg. She extends it for him, stroking his hand with her foot.
Hurry, Sigurd,
Brunhilde moans.
I want to feel you.
She gasps as he yanks the last knot tight. Finished at last. Gods in Asgard. He stands and splashes his face with water from the wash basin in the corner. Taking a deep breath, he slicks back his sweaty hair. And Gunther said this would be easy. He hadn't counted on this woman's wiles. He glances smugly at Brunhilde out of the corner of his eye. It's been a test of a very different kind of strength, but he's conquered her yet again.
Sigurd,
she says, more soberly now, you really aren't going to sleep with me?
No.
He feels a pang of guilt as her grin fades into a hurt expression. She's made every effort to seduce him, and he's rejected her again and again. What he says next makes him feel even worse.
And now I'm going to leave. Gunther can do whatever he likes with you.
Brunhilde scoffs.
You really think that because you've tied me up, I'm going to just lie here and let the worm have his way with me? Just who do you think I am? 100 chains couldn't hold me down.
She tries to wrench her arm from the bedpost, but to her astonishment, she is unable to tear herself free of the silk bindings.
What have you...
She wriggles desperately on the bed.
What is this? What have you done to me?
Clearly, you don't know about the magic of silk,
he says grimly.
No,
she cries.
Sigurd!
She makes a final attempt to escape, But even with her exceptional Valkyrie's strength, her efforts are futile. Her face pales with fear as she realizes that she is now powerless to fend off even a weakling like Gunther. "Sigurd," she pleads, "don't do this. Untie me, please." He shakes his head. "Please, Sigurd." Her blue eyes fill with tears. "The two of you have outsmarted me at every turn. I've been nothing but a victim to your schemes and lies. I yield. I shouldn't have treated Gunther the way I did. I won't do it again, I swear. Just untie me, please."
"I'm afraid I can't do that."
"Gods, Sigurd, I'm the Queen of Iceland. You can't do this to me."
"I'm sorry."
He puts his hand on the door. Wait, Sigurd. I accept that this is how it has to be. But please, as my rightful husband, you should be the first to have me. Gunther can do whatever he wants with me afterwards, so long as you're my first." Sigurd snorts in disbelief.
"That isn't going to happen."
"You don't understand. Once I'm no longer a virgin, I will lose my strength." Sigurd turns away from the door.
"You would be like a normal woman?"
"Yes." That would be a great relief. While Gunther is neither a gifted warrior nor especially strong, a normal woman is not likely to pose any serious threat. At least not in comparison to a raging Valkyrie with superhuman strength.
"But why should it be me?"
he asks.
"If Gunther's going to come in here and have his way with you, you'll lose your strength anyway."
Her nose wrinkles in disgust. "If that fiend robs me of my maidenhood and sacred strength, I swear before Tyr and Odin that I will make it my life's purpose to kill him and that little wretch, Gertrand. It may take me a day, or a week, or a year, but I promise you that from the moment you leave for Xanten, they will never be safe again." He swallows hard.
"And if I sleep with you?"
She grins a little. "I will always hate Gunther and wish him ill. But if you sleep with me before he does, I swear I will not kill him or Gertrand. Please, Sigurd, grant me this small victory. Let me know my true husband. It would do much to restore my honor."
"And you swear you won't divorce Gunther?"
There's a brief flash of irritation in her face. "I swear I won't kill Gunther or divorce him."
"What will you swear on?"
"My honor as a Valkyrie."
"All right,"
he says nervously, fumbling with his belt. The pit in his stomach is back again, and the iron band clamps tighter than ever around his skull.
"We'll have to be quick."
This has been Berserker-born, written by Timothy J.R. Raines, narrated by Sarah Palmero.